Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees Woodsboro Killer hitting the Big Apple in Scream 6, hitting store shelves along with the comedic dark drama Beau is Afraid, a little bit of Nazi hunting in Sisu. The girls are back, this time taking a road trip in Book Club, the next chapter. A little 4K upgrade love for the Jim Carrey classic The Truman Show and the 1978 sequel to such an iconic classic, because, you know, sharks never die the first time, in Jaws 2. And Criterion is releasing edition of the Martin Scorsese classic, After Hours. Oh, it's about damn time. Plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, we are in at good old Walmart under the new release love, and it looks like we got plenty to show off. Oh, indeed we do. So let's dive in with Scream, yes, Scream for your life for the sixth time in Scream 6, yes, the DVD for $19.96, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96, ah yes, the sixth installment in the long-running Scream franchise. It's a sequel to Scream, but not the original Scream, Scream 5, which is entitled Scream. Why, I have no ungodly reason. Oh God, let's not get back to that fucking confusion, will we? Jesus, that was a pain in the ass the last time. Let's not go there. It's just another sequel, alright? Ghostface is back to terrorize a bunch of teens yet again, and all the craziness that happens from there, alright? And thus, another Scream movie is born. Indeed it is, man. Oh God, I got a chance to watch this in the movie theaters with John, and we did because we're big Scream fans, alright? And regardless of whether we were really disappointed by Scream 5 or not, which we were, or the fact that we think this franchise is sort of getting long in the tooth and not as exciting as it used to be, which it kind of still is, and we were just like, hey, we have a loyalty to this franchise, so shit, why not go one more goddamn time, alright? And basically, yes, it is about the 4 survivors from the last Woodsboro Ghostface killing massacre that was going on. However, this time, they're out of Woodsbury, and they're in the Big Apple. Oh, yes, New York City indeed, but just because they left Woodsboro doesn't mean that Ghostface just leaves them alone. You know, he figured, why not take a trip too? What the fuck, man? I'm sick of the suburbs. I want the city life. Oh, yes, indeed he does, man. And thus, they're stalked by Ghostface again. But who could it be? Who has the motive to kill them this time? Why are they coming after them? And the killings start, the bloodbaths are happening, and they gotta solve the riddle of who is the killer this time around and stop them once and for all. Yeah, it's the same old Scream bullshit that you've seen over and over and frickin' over again. Just yet another time. Of course it is, man. And I gotta admit, is it better than Part 5? Yes, it is absolutely 100% better than Part 5, man. That I will easily grant it, but it is nowhere near as good as the other Scream movies, man. Scream 1 through 3, and even 4, even though I'm kind of lukewarm on 4 from time to time, I still enjoy it for what it is. Good old Wes Craven Scream goodness, so I can't quite dismiss it, man. But this one just felt like it was kind of going through the motions. It's hard to really care about the characters or much of the situations going on. It's predictable as all holy hell, man. And you kind of see everything coming, who's gonna survive, who's gonna die. There's nothing crazy unpredictable or menacing about the flick where you're like, oh my God, man, they killed that character off? Oh shit, man, that just changed the game. Like, that's not what this movie is, man. And even though they put certain characters in jeopardy, like Gale, like even, of course, good old Hayden Panettiere that is coming back from part 4, man. My God, that was a long-ass time ago to see her back. And that was kind of a pleasant surprise, bringing her back into the fold. That character, it was nice to see her again, even though you weren't sure whether she lived or died necessarily after part 4, but glad to see that she lived on. And of course, she's kicking ass now in the Force, so hey, more allies can't be a bad thing, right? Especially after all of them are getting killed off one by one. Geez, you need to add more to the good guy roster eventually, I think. But at the end of the day, though, I didn't think it was clever or unique or stood out from the crowd, so to speak. It's just another in the Scream machine. It's another cog in the wheel, so to speak, man. And yeah, the New York City setting is cool. Yeah, you could do some really interesting things with it, but they don't do that. That's the unfortunate part about it, man. You have this great city setting with all of the great alleyways and the seedy areas of New York City life. You could really do some very fascinating and cruel and horrific things. They just don't take advantage of the setting, man. And I thought, well, shit, if you're not going to do anything with the setting in New York City, then why the fuck are we here in the first place, man? And, well, I guess just to switch things up, but they didn't even really do a good job at that, so what's really the point? Yeah, the kills are a little bit more brutal, which ain't half bad, but I don't know, I didn't think they were all that inventive necessarily either. I mean, it just kind of felt like been there, done that, and been done better. Even in the Scream franchise itself, man, still trying to justify the whole, we gotta do the movie rules now, and oh, for the 6th part in a series, and we have to reinvent the rules again. It's the same bullshit that they've done all the other films, and they're just justifying it to make another one, man. I didn't think Scream 5 was all that good, and quite frankly, Scream 6 kind of continues the trend. I mean, I'm just saying, dude, it doesn't beat the Holy Trinity, and nor does it kind of get close to where part 4 is. I mean, even the legacy characters at this point are just there to be fodder. They're not really there to expand on the story in some unique way. They're just there to be there because they're legacy characters, and you can maybe put them in danger or threaten to kill them because it's kind of their time to do it. It's the same thing in part 5, and they're just continuing that here too. And the newer characters aren't nearly as interesting as the older characters are, and this is just kind of spinning its wheels, man. Even the bad guys feel like they're just being aped off of earlier installments. You know, man, people are raving about Scream 6. I've seen rankings where they're literally ranking this number 1 or number 2, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, man? I know peer pressure is real, but give me a break. I mean, seriously, if you're ranking this 1 or 2 within the Scream series, I really want to know what you're smoking, man. That's got to be some good ganja shit, because whatever is altering your mind and your memory, well, either it's really good or, man, leave that shit away from my ass, will you? Because this isn't even close, man. Is it bottom of the barrel? No, but is it towards the bottom of the heap? Abso-fucking-lutely. It really honestly is, man. Look, I've seen better Scream movies. I've seen worse horror movies. This is average, middle of the road, okay, but for Scream, for a franchise that is so legendary as this could have been a hell of a lot better. Ghostface be damned, because this franchise has shamed it big fucking time. However, if you're not disappointed by Scream 6, and there is some of you out there, oddly enough, they do have the 6 movie Scream collection for $49.96. Not bad. I like that cover with Ghostface. That's a great cover, man. A little bit of killer goodness, never hurt nobody. I'm kind of curious as to what your favorite Ghostface is. I mean, Lord knows there's 6 different versions of him, so I'd be curious to find out, man. Not bad at all for all you Scream lovers out there. That's for damn sure. I mean, you got Ghostface Killer Love, but yeah, it's cool to kill college teenagers. You know, they're stupid enough as it is, but what's even better is killing them Nazis. Oh, yes, and Sisu, baby. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $19.96, and the DVD for $19.96. Wait a minute. Really? Shit, you might as well just buy the fucking Blu-ray, man. The same goddamn price. Oh, Wally World. What are we gonna do with you? Oh my god, man. But yes, a little bit of taking out Nazis. I think that's up this Jew's alley. Oh, I think it is indeed, man. Because I remember seeing the trailer to this during one of the movies I was hanging out with the guys, and man, the trailer was so fucking cool, so fucking badass. We were so blown away. We're like, what the fuck is this, man? We were just like, this is like the coolest fucking thing, man. It came out of nowhere. I didn't even know this movie was ever even going to exist. And I'm like, suddenly this badass old dude is like killing Nazis back in the day. I'm like, fuck yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Why the heck not, man? So I decided to give it a go. And basically, it's about this old man, this gold prospector back in 1944 in Finland. And he finds a shitload of gold. And he is happy as a motherfucker. However, he's got a long way to travel to get back to actually putting it in the bank. Because, you know, whether you're living in modern times or back in the old school days, you gotta put that shit in the bank. You know what I'm saying, man? You gotta store that shit somewhere, and the sure as shit ain't gonna be in your sock drawer. So he's like, hey, I gotta end up doing my due diligence. However, the Nazis are occupying Finland, and, well, you know, if you're traveling a long ways, you're gonna encounter a Nazi or two, and these guys aren't very pleasant. In fact, I'd argue they've never been pleasant. And so they want his gold. They want to steal everything, kill this guy, and he ain't having none of that shit. And thus the Nazi killing begins, baby, because they underestimate him in a big bad way, and their ass is gonna regret it. Oh yes, it is, man. Not bad of a movie, dude. I saw this on Amazon Prime, and I gotta admit to you, I was looking forward to watching this thing, and the movie did not disappoint, man. It is a fucking blast. It is literally glorious carnage in all its horrific goodness, man. Action, badassness. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, this is great. The idea of these Nazis who are like, look, we're gonna lose the war, right? And we're leaving this area. We're most likely gonna get hanged. We gotta do something for our due diligence. We gotta steal this gold. We gotta get the gold off of this guy, kill him, take it for ourselves. And this guy worked too goddamn hard for that. And he ain't never letting it go, baby. Oh, man. They fuck with the wrong ass dude. It is brutality at its most magnificent. It truly is. I love the kills. I love this guy that just won't fucking die, man. You know, you end up shooting him. You end up trying to hang him. Trying to explode him. I mean, anything that you throw at this guy is coming back 10 times stronger, man. He is one resilient motherfucker, man. He is fan-fucking-tastic. I love what this guy represents in just the fact that, you know what, man, what's mine is mine, and if you're gonna take mine, then you best be prepared to fight for it. Because if you're not serious about that shit, you best be digging your own ass grave. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Characters are kind of one note, rather simple. Okay, they're Nazis, right? We get it. All right, this guy is an old school warrior, old man that you don't fuck with. Okay, we get it, right? I mean, everything is very matter of fact, right? We know what the roles are. We know how this is going to play out. Let's just do it. Let's just get this over with, and let's just get the blood and carnage going, baby. And that is what you get. It takes a little bit of time, though, to kind of build up to all of the glorious deaths and the kills, but once you get there, man, it is non-fucking stop, man. So fantastic. I really dug this movie. I was hoping it was going to be good. I was hoping the kills were going to be great. There were going to be those oh shit moments, and there absolutely is, man. It is better than I ever hoped for, and it's really, really fantastic, man. I mean, you got to admit, me as a Jew, I kind of like Nazis getting killed. So any movie that kind of does that and kills them in glorious ways, I'm on board, baby. I truly am. And Zizou definitely delivers the carnage in a very beautiful and blood-spraying kind of way. And if you like a very gory, bloody kill fest, Sisu is absolutely your jam. Sometimes God definitely answers your prayers. And are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. Ah, yes. The Blu-ray for 1996 and the DVD for 19... Okay, are we really doing this again? Oh my God. Okay, well, hey, 1996 is good for you DVD lovers, and if you're a Blu-ray fan, shit, you're getting an even better deal. Why the hell not, man? Oh, Walmart. If it ain't killing Nazis for the same price, it's teenage hormones. Ah, yes indeed, man. Look at this. Now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this is the Walmart exclusive, the slipcover for Are You There, God, It's Me, Margaret. And that looks like a pretty cool little exclusive, man. I kind of like the artwork. That's nice. For all you fans of the movie, it's nice to get exclusive art from time to time. And this is pretty goddamn sweet, man. Based on the Judy Blume book that is loved by millions that I've never read. I know you guys are going to kick my ass for that. Wait a minute, you've never read this iconic Judy Blume book? I mean, I've heard of it. I just never read the damn thing. Get off my ass, will ya? Alright? Jeez, dude. But I have heard of it, and it's this good coming-of-age tale, and there's a lot of movies that are being adapted from books, and so eventually a classic like this was going to one day come to the big screen, and here we are, man. And basically it is about Margaret, this 12-year-old girl, where her parents basically says, we are moving. There's a better job opportunity out there, and we have a chance for a better life. Margaret does not really want to go. She's having her own issues and dilemmas, and she goes anyways because, well, you're 12. You don't really have a say in the matter. Okay, just saying, man. And she tries to make new friends and new opportunities and new experiences, and it's the joys and the pain and the complications of being a young girl. Yes, it is, man. One of those growing up, life lesson style movies, man. You know how we roll, baby, and I love those type of movies, man. And I was like, okay, another one in the cog machine. I definitely want to check this out, and thus I watched it on Amazon Prime. And when I did, after all was said and done, I was like, this is good. I kind of dig it, and I also am kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look, I thought it was very sweet and heartfelt and heartwarming and funny, and I thought the characters were very likable and quirky and great senses of personalities. I like that, man, and I thought it was good. But there's moments in this movie where I was like, I don't know if this is entirely for me, okay? Things like buying bras, or being fascinated by having your period, or looking at anatomy books so you know what a boy's penis looks like. And I'm like, I don't know if this is like really my thing. I don't know, dude. I'm like, I don't know if I've ever been that fascinated by periods or making sure I know what a penis looks like. I don't know, man. But it's like, okay, I guess this is a thing, man. And look, I get it, right? That a lot of these coming-of-age movies are more geared towards boys. And there's not really many of them for the girl crowd. And if there is, it's more raunchy than anything else. It's very much like very crude humor, that type of thing. I think this is really one of the first ones that's really been for a great crowd of girls that isn't trying to Disney-fy it necessarily. It's trying to be more realistic about life as a 12-year-old and the complications of friendships and growing up and how your body is changing and everything like that. And I thought they did a really good job with that, and also still maintaining the heart and these characters and the story without going too overboard one way or another. And I thought it was really good, man. I thought the acting was phenomenal. I like the little girl that plays Margaret in here. I love Kathy Bates is fantastic as the grandmother. She's really amazing. I really like her. Rachel McAdams as the mother is really sweet and kind-hearted, and I love her in this movie, and all the kids do a great job too. So it's a really nice little sweet movie. I don't know necessarily, like I said, it's for me, but I know it's going to be for somebody. And for little girls, especially ones that are growing up, this is a good little tale worth showing them, man. I don't know how accurate it is compared to the book. Maybe you guys can let me know. But as far as a movie is concerned, I thought its heart was in the right place, and I thought the humor was very fun. I thought the personalities were really entertaining, and overall I thought it was a great tale worth telling on the big screen, man. I mean, sometimes in modern day society, sometimes these growing up style movies have a little bit of a devious bent to them, and this one really doesn't have it, man. Yeah, it deals with religion a little bit here and there, but it doesn't throw it in your face either. I think it has the right balance, and its heart and its characters and the emotions are in the right place, and I definitely appreciate that, man. It may not be for me, but it's for somebody, and when you're growing up and you're interested in periods and penises and bras, well, I got a movie just for you. Are you in a book club? Is it not nearly hot and spicy for you? Well, you might want to join the next chapter. Oh, you might indeed with Book Club, the next chapter. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96. The DVD for $17.96. Oh, look at this. The ladies are back. Oh, yes, they are. Diane Keaton, Jane Fonda, Candice Bergen, Mary Steenburgen. I thought I'd never see you again, ladies. Oh, I never did, but damn glad that I am. Ah, yes. I thought one of them would be dead by now, but hey, glad I did my due diligence, praying to the movie gods, because we get another chapter with these lovely, lovely ladies. And I got a chance to see this in the movie theater with my mother, because when I knew that there was going to be another film, a sequel, I gotta bring my mom with me. I mean, we saw the first one, we did a movie review for the first film, and I was like, she loved it so much, I was like, I gotta bring her in, right? We've got to end up seeing the sequel together, and thus we did. We didn't do a review. I kind of wanted to, but we never got a chance with our schedules and things going on. So, we didn't do one, but hey, mother and son bonding time over old school women, it can't be beat. Apparently not, man. Oh boy. And as I said, the ladies are back yet again, because Jane Fonda is getting married, and the girls are like, if you're getting married, this is a big deal. You're not really the marrying type, so we gotta go on a girls trip together. We gotta end up having good times before you end up getting hitched, and thus here we go, man. And all of the crazy, hilarious complications and the old school geriatric female bonding that goes along with it, baby. Yes, man. I gotta admit, leaving the movie theater, I had a fun time with this movie. I really loved the first film. I really thought that was an entertaining time at the movies. It was humorous, and it had some really good heart to it, and I liked the jokes, and I loved the old school actresses, and the chemistry. It was really great, and my mother enjoyed it just as much as I did, and coming back and seeing these characters again another time, and having more crazy hijinks with them, and hilarity, and more bonding, it just kind of feels right to me. It really does, dude. And I think for me, this is a much better movie than something like 80 for Brady. I had said back when I was talking about 80 for Brady that the problem with that movie is that they were just making jokes from their age. Oh, we're old women, and we can't do all this stuff because we're old. And everybody is doubting us because we're old. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like, I understand a few jokes here and there about being older and how you're not as young as you used to be. I get it. And this movie kind of does that a little bit. But sometimes you can overdo it. And 80 for Brady did that. This movie doesn't, man. It ended up really striking a really nice balance between, yes, hey, we're not as young as we used to be. Hey, we're not, those hip young chicks anymore, to more of crazy situational comedy and how each of their skills sort of get them through that. And also reigniting old love and meeting potential new loves and learning to really trust and love who you are and not being afraid of change at the same time. There's a lot of really great life lessons in this movie, not only being humorous and having a ball with these ladies in this international place and getting into all kinds of trouble, but also just being friends and experiencing things together one last time before life changes yet again, before life overtakes us, before God knows something happens to one of us. And I like that. I really do. And it really had a very heartwarming, heartfelt tone to it. And these characters and the chemistry and the laugh that they're able to get from one another, you really feel that these ladies are friends, that they really have a true and honest friendship, and you can see it coming off of the screen, man. It is electric, and these ladies do a great job with that. And it's nice to see the guys too. It is, man. Seeing some of the old school guys like Don Johnson and Andy Garcia, and seeing them playing in the pond a little bit from the first film and coming into the second, it was nice, and it was sweet, and it was fun, and it was immensely entertaining. And I walked in wanting a certain thing. I walked in wanting an extension of the first film of Book Club, and that's exactly what I got, man. And it really is that good, and it really is just a great, fun, entertaining time with old school ladies living in the modern world and trying to relive the magic, the chemistry one more time. And I think they succeeded just a little bit. I think they truly did, man. It's not everybody's jam. Lord knows a lot of you guys out there are probably like, really? Book Club? But for me, as an old school fan of cinema, as an old school fan of these ladies, all of them, seeing them on the big screen and seeing their personalities shine through just gave me the best vibes, man, of the old school days of watching these ladies not only on TV but on the silver screen as well, man. It's good. It's fun. It's a really great hour, 40-ish minute ride. And at the end, you might just shed a tear. You might indeed. I'm not saying I did. Well, maybe. Maybe, but for the most part, this is a really great time for old school fans of cinema, for fans of these old school ladies, and for a little bit of romantic comedy goodness. I think it's well worth it. It's one thing to catch a predator. It's another thing to catch a killer. Oh, indeed it is, with To Catch a Killer, the DVD for $12.96. Ah, look at this, man. A little bit of intense staring and brooding over how we're gonna catch this madman. Yeah, you know how it goes, baby. Shailene Woodley, Ben Mendelsohn. Ah, yes, man. From the executive producers of Arrival and Memento. Not like that means much. But hey, they just put it in there for, I guess, why the fuck not? Why the hell not, indeed, man. But I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I like a good crime thriller movie, man. I love that shit, dude. Things like David Fincher's Seven, which is fucking great. Old school movies with Highlander himself, like Resurrection. I like that shit, dude. So I'm like, let me check this thing out. I like Shailene Woodley. I think she's a solid actress. Ben Mendelsohn's fucking awesome. I love Ben Mendelsohn. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to give this a chance, man. And basically, New Year's Eve, there is a massive shooting that goes on, man. Some dude has literally been sniping people up and down. It's a massacre. They're trying to find this guy. They can't. He's off the grid. He's incredibly smart and is evading the cops at every single turn and doing more massacres in the process and killing more innocent lives. And this guy is just going to keep going until we catch him, until we bring him down. We need the best minds that we can to get inside this guy's head, to think how he thinks, and maybe we can finally catch him before there's even more carnage, even more death, perhaps even us. Yes, exactly, man. So, Ben Mendelsohn hires Shailene Woodley, and the hunt begins. Oh, indeed it does, man. I gotta admit, overall, it's not a bad movie necessarily. It's just okay at best, man. I kind of feel like it doesn't really get good until the latter half of the movie. The first half, yes, there's all the massacres going on, the mall shootings and all of this stuff, and it is very graphic and it is intense, but it's also a hodgepodge of characters and personalities and a lot of moments that just kind of felt like it was there to pad the movie out for the runtime, man. We've got all these different characters in all these different situations. Oh, it could be this guy that's part of this hate group, or it could be this individual here that posted something on social media, etc., etc. And they're going down all these different avenues, and it just kind of feels been there, done that, and done better in other movies, and it just kind of feels like they're spinning their wheels a little bit until they get to the meatier parts of the movie where they're actually getting close to this guy and on the hunt for him, and the psychological trauma and how they're being pressured in their jobs, etc., and how their failures are really affecting their job performance and everything like that. I mean, that's when it really starts to get good, man. But that first half is kind of touch and go, but it does get better towards the end, man. But it is kind of the feeling of too little too late, but it is still decent, and I like the idea of the killer and how mysterious and ominous he is and his past, and how you don't really see his face. You hear about him being scarred and being shot at when he was a kid, and how his face and head is messed up and everything, and you're like thinking, oh, this is gonna be horrific, dude. And then when you finally see his face, you're like, okay, it's just an old guy with a beard. Like, what the fuck? Like really? Come on, man. And it was kind of a little disappointing. I would have rather them not even show him, just in your mind what it could be. And that was really disappointing, man. I mean, it does get rather on the edge of your seat, and you get the thrills towards the end, the idea that anybody could go at any time, and that Shailene Woodley is in extreme danger. I mean, you get all of that stuff, man. But, like I said, it does kind of feel haphazard, and it does kind of feel like they could have done a better job with this, trim things down, not put as much fluff in as they do. It has moments where it's really brilliant and it's really good, and the intensity of it and how they're on the hunt for this killer and the race against time, but I just don't think they do as well with it as they could. Moments where it's actually really brilliant, moments where it actually really works, but few and far between, man. But I do like the idea of the interpolitics of the police and the FBI and the CIA, and how we in turn make these monsters, and how we are just as much to blame, the system is much to blame as the killer himself. And I like that concept, I like that idea, and it's explored a little bit, but it's not explored enough. Interesting ideas, interesting moments, but not really coming all together. They caught the killer, but it didn't turn out to be all that good of a movie. Have you heard the story of Bo? Yeah, he's one fucked up individual. He truly is, man. And this movie, damn, fucked me up too. In Beau is Afraid, the DVD for 1996. Holy shit. Oh, man. You know, I saw some of the trailers for this movie, and it looked wild, it looked weird, it looked all over the place, and it definitely caught my attention, man. Not only that, but I'm like, Ari Aster, Hereditary and Midsommar, Okay, you kind of piqued my interest as well. And Joaquin Phoenix. I love me some Joaquin. So I'm like, okay, 3 for 3. I gotta watch this goddamn thing. I didn't watch it in the movie theater. I watched it on Amazon Prime, but man, I heard all kinds of things about this movie, man. Some people really, really, really love this movie, man. And other people are like, this is the most bizarre, weirdest, incomprehensible shit you've ever seen, man. So I'm like, okay, man, there's two ends of the spectrum on this. Where am I gonna go with this, man? And I gotta admit, I'm somewhere in between. I mean, Joaquin plays Bo, and Bo is, man, I mean, he's a loser. All right, he really is, dude. I mean, he's living in this shitty ass apartment, this shitty ass city where there's drugs and crime and weird naked people that are knifing people at the drop of a hat. You're like, what the fuck, man? And he has a very complicated relationship with his mother because his father died before he was born. His mother is very rich, powerful, influential, and he kind of controls his life a little bit, or feels like it is, and he loves her, but he's also kind of afraid of her and kind of spites her a bit. And so one time he's supposed to visit her for his father's anniversary, actually the anniversary of his death, and he can't make it because, well, he lost his keys and his bags, and everything is just really fucked up. And so he's like, Ma, I can't make it, I'm sorry. And she's like, well, I'm very disappointed in you, sweetie. I wanted better. And he's like, I'm sorry, Ma, I mean, I can still make it, but I got some complications. He's like, well, whatever. And she hangs up on him, right? And then he's like, okay, it is what it is. And so later on he finds out that, oh shit, his mother fucking died. Chandelier hit her in the fucking head. And he's like, oh my god, my mother's dead. My life is fucked up. I've got to get to the funeral. I've got to get to the wake. I've got to see her and bury her. And all of the crazy complications, man, the road trip madness that this guy goes through. Oh my fucking god, man. Jesus. This thing is a trip. And yet at the same time, it's a fascinating trip, right? Because at every single level, you think to yourself, man, it cannot get any worse for this guy. And then you're like, damn, it just did. You're like, shit, fuck. And then there's another part of you that's like, well, it can't get any worse than this. Damn, it just did. And you're like, when is this guy gonna catch a break, man? And it's just one maddening fever dream after another, man. Just going down this rabbit hole of chaos and craziness and how it's affecting his psyche and his well-being. And my god, man. And once you get to the grand finale, you're like, wow, this is some nutty shit, man. And it just goes in some crazy, insane conspiracy theory levels on this bitch, man. It really does. And there's a lot to unpack in this film. And I mean, this film can be about grief, it can be about your psyche, the relationship with your loved ones and your family and your parents. It could be about your sexual nature and the idea of what sexuality really means and the differences of it. Or it could literally be a dream where he's taking a lot of drugs and it's affecting him, or he's actually dead and this is the afterlife. I mean, there's so many different avenues that you could go off of, and who's to say that you're technically wrong? Because you're not. I mean, that's the thing about this movie. Ari Aster won't even fucking explain it, man. Ari Aster's like, well, it is what it is. If you think it's this, who's to say it's not? And I'm like, okay, I guess. I mean, sure, why the hell not, dude? I mean, I will give this movie credit because Joaquin Phoenix, he is committing to this role, man. He is all in on this thing. He is really going wherever Ari Aster wants him to, all the crazy avenues and all of the insanity that Bo has to deal with. Joaquin is 100% game, man. And Joaquin Phoenix is a really committed actor. When he is really committed to something, he is, and this is no exception, man. And I like all the other actors in here that are doing a really great job. Even Nathan Lane, man, playing this really kind of weird and insane and out of his mind doctor. You're like, and I've never seen Nathan Lane do that shit before. And I just really love all of the personalities in this movie and all of the chaos that happens, and how it's kind of likable, but yet very maddening and very devious. And under the surface, there's just a lot of very uncomfortable things that are going on with these characters. And even though everybody is smiling and being happy, you're like, dude, it's anything but, man. It is some really dark shit in here. And I liked a lot of the haunting and beautiful imagery. I like how the movie's shot and acted and structured. And it is just a wild trip to go on. It's 3 hours of a lot of what the fuckery, man. It truly is. And there is moments where the movie is better paced than others. The middle part feels a little too overdrawn out. It feels a little too overextended. But Ari Aster wanted to tell the tale that he wanted to tell, how he wanted to tell it, and this is what it is, man, for good or bad, dude. I mean, I will say this. When you walk into a movie like this, it's gonna fuck you up. It's gonna mess you up, man. And this is one of those movies. I can't say that you're gonna understand it, because Lord knows I didn't understand it all, but it is fascinating as hell. And if you ever wonder what a penis monster looks like, yeah. That's all I'll say, man. Oh, Lord. Nobody makes movies like Ari Aster. And when you got Joaquin Phoenix involved, boy, it's going to be one hell of an experience. And Beau's Afraid? Yeah, it really is. Knights of the Round Table ain't got nothing on these motherfuckers. Well, I don't know about that. Knights of the Zodiac. The Blu-ray digital for $19.96. The DVD for $17.96. Yes, a little bit of live action anime adaptation. Sure, why the hell not? Yes, the Battle of the Gods has just begun, yes. And to be fair, I know nothing about this. I know nothing about the anime because, as I've told you guys numerous times, I'm just not an anime guy. It's not that it's bad, it's just not really my jam. I'm trying, though. I'm slowly but surely trying to get more into it, but, you know, that shit takes time. Okay, so give me a break, will ya? But look, regardless, I was like, it's got Sean Bean in it? Wait a minute. It's got Famke Janssen? Nick Stahl? Mark Dacascos? Damn. Where do I sign up to watch it? And Amazon Prime indeed, baby. And basically, it's about Seiya, who is this troubled young man who's had a lot of issues in his life. Basically, he tries to put food on the table by fighting for money. I mean, yeah, it helps putting food on the table, but I don't know about the medical cause. But sure, why the hell not? And he realizes that he has mystical powers, or the potential for mystical powers, to basically protect this teen girl who is the reincarnation of Athena, and everybody who is trying to attack her and attack her powers. And basically he has to protect her from harm, and thus here we go in this crazy mystical realm land, good versus evil, you name it, man. And I gotta admit, there's moments where I kind of like it. I like the idea of these different realms and these different knights, and some are good and some are evil, and their mystical powers, and yeah, some of that shit is actually better than I was kind of thinking it was gonna be. But then again, I don't know if it's translated as well on the big screen as maybe it could have been. Like I said, I don't know anything about the anime, so I'm just going off of what the live action is. And when I do that, I have to admit that I don't think it was done the best. It comes off as a little cheap, a little hokey, extremely predictable, and it just kind of comes off as average and okay. It feels like it's aping off of Mortal Kombat, and it's aping off of Street Fighter and Final Fantasy, and it feels like those properties do it better than this. It doesn't feel original. It doesn't feel as unique or as interesting as maybe the anime is. And even though this is an international sensation of an anime, translating it into live action, there are inherent challenges to animation versus live action. We all know that. And if you don't have the right resources, if you don't have the right story, if you don't have the right script, if you don't have good enough special effects, then it just comes off as kind of cheap and less than. And that's kind of what this is, dude. I mean, some of the actors are doing better than others. Mark Dacascos is really trying to give it his all for what it's worth. Famke Janssen is doing her best evil impression, but not doing it nearly as good as she's done it before. Sean Bean is just there. I mean, Sean Bean's okay. And, you know, guess what? Like, in almost every fucking movie he's ever been in, the guy dies, okay? So there is that, too. Yet another movie where the man dies. Jeez. That was unpredictable. Fuck, man. I mean, even the main lead, the guy that plays Seiya, he's just kind of milquetoast. And he's there. And he doesn't really leave much of an impression on you. Even the martial arts stuff, you're like, jeez, man, glad you have the fucking armor. Because if you didn't have that, man, you'd be getting your ass kicked all the fucking time. Jesus, dude. I do have to admit, though, Nick Stahl is kind of living it up in, like, a crazy villainous role. So there is that, man. He's kind of having fun with it. But outside of that, everything is just sort of okay at best. It didn't really leave much of an impression on me. Oh, wow, this is so amazing. I've got to check out the anime. No, not really. It just was like, been there, done that. I've seen these type of movies before, and I think it's been done better. And honestly, you know, properties like this really, at least the notion of, hey, this is really cool, I kind of wonder what the anime is, so I'm going to check that one out. But it just leaves an impression of you of like, man, this is really kind of crappy. And geez, if the anime is like this, I think I'm going to bounce. And yeah, that's the kind of impression you're going to get. Even the armor, like the mystical, powerful armor and shit, just kind of feels like they bought the shit at Party City. You're like, hey, they got any Halloween leftovers? Oh, they do? Oh, great. How much is it? $5 fucking. Can we kind of slap a little paint on it and, you know, maybe light it a certain way? Yeah. Wait a minute. We can save on special effects? Hey. Shit, count me in. I mean, it kind of feels like that, dude. I mean, the fight sequences aren't really all that dynamic. There's moments where they are, but it's just a lot of quick cuts. The mystical powers kind of feel average and not very exciting. The whole movie is just, it's just okay, and it doesn't leave a crazy impression on me. I don't know, maybe the anime is much better, but as far as live action is concerned, this thing kind of shit the bed and was just very unimpressive and kind of mundane at best. An almost 2+ hour time waster, at least in my mind it is. And when I think of it like that, Avatar: The Last Airbender, man, that looks like the fucking Godfather. Jeez, it does. And that's pretty fucking sad. I mean, okay, maybe they're on the same level, but that ain't saying much either. I'm just saying, if you like the anime, stick to the anime, because the live action might just disappoint your ass. I'm just saying, man. Jeez. Hell, Sony backed it. Sony financed it. But just because a major studio doesn't mean it's going to be high quality. And Knights of the Zodiac, yeah, that proves it. Oh, that proves it indeed, man. Well, it is what it is. But then again, the physical media is what it is. Look at this. This is pretty goddamn impressive for a good old Walmart. I'm liking the physical media love so far. But is there anything else? Hell yeah, there is. Because when we're talking about indie love, well, this Walmart has actually kind of started to impress me. And they ain't disappointed yet. Oh, yes, because we got some indie love. Perhaps zombies? Well, I don't know how good they are, but at least they're calling them zombies. Day 0 for $12.96. Oh, what in the hell is this, man? When the dead rise, humanity falls. And they're looking at this guy to be the hero? Okay. All right. Oh, look at that. Dude, that looks like a K-pop band or something trying to impersonate and say, it's gonna be me. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, help me. After serving 8 incident-free years in prison, a former elite soldier is released, finally free to reunite with his estranged wife and young daughter. However, he re-enters civilization only to discover that the outside world has been completely overtaken by a dangerous virus with terrifying effects on the human body. Chased by hordes of the undead, he races through the dangerous urban landscape in a final desperate attempt to redeem himself and rescue his family. Jeez, does that sound familiar to you? A little Walking Dead-ish? Yeah, maybe not the prison part necessarily, but obviously waking up from a coma and end up finding that the world has changed and a virus and the Walking Dead and trying to get back to your family, and yeah, if you squint, you can kind of see it. You can indeed, man. Oh, my Lord. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, dude. I mean, it kind of doesn't make any sense, right? You've been in prison for all that long, and the moment you get out, there's this crazy virus and zombies walking around. Wouldn't you have heard about this shit beforehand? I mean, they do have the news in prison, right? They do have TV. You can have visitors, from what I know. So wouldn't somebody have found out something at some point? I know, right? I'm overthinking it. I know. I'm trying to put logic to this son of a bitch. And Lord knows, man, when I try to do that, this thing all just falls apart like a motherfucker. I know, man. What am I thinking? I should just turn off my brain and fucking go with this shit, man. And I never do. And it always bites me in the ass, man. I don't know. I mean, look, I like a good zombie movie. Lord knows there's so many zombie movies that I love. And zombies are kind of played out at this point, right? I mean, The Walking Dead has overused them like a motherfucker. And outside of a few instances of really great films that kind of took the zombie genre and did something unique and interesting, like Train to Busan and some others, it just feels kind of like been there, done that overall, and been done better, mostly, kind of, sort of. And quite frankly, I just can't go down the straight-to-DVD zombie road. I can't. I just won't do it, dude. You can't make me, man. You just can't. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do to me. I'm not doing it, I swear. I just don't want to go down that road because, God, I've been so fucking disappointed, man. And Lord knows, seeing another one of these that is just trying to ape off of The Walking Dead and trying to ape up some of the popularity of that by doing something kind of similar but not really, and just basically wasting your fucking $12.96 on this shit. I'd rather not, man. I'm not even gonna watch this shit on Amazon Prime. Okay, look, I have my zombie movies that I love, and occasionally I give a zombie movie a new chance depending on whether it kind of looks interesting to me, but I'm done giving every fucking zombie movie a chance. I'm fucking done with that shit. And Lord knows this is one of those ones where, yeah, the cover kind of looks cool, but as you know, as I've always said, covers can lie like a motherfucker. And this one, I think, is really, really lying. Get the lie detector out, because something tells me that The Walking Dead, this sure as shit isn't. Alright? Just saying, man. Look, regardless of what you think about my taste, you know I'm right. You do, man. From zombies to First Contact. Well, if this is the first time we're making contact with alien life, God help us all. For $9.96, because something evil has arrived. Oh, has it now? secrets should stay buried. Maybe this movie? After years of estrangement, siblings Dan and Casey embark on a journey to their late father's farmhouse, who left behind incomplete scientific research. Oh, did they now? However, they soon find that their father's work was far more dangerous than they could have ever imagined. As the body count rises, it becomes a race against time to unravel the secrets of an extra-dimensional monster before it destroyed everything in its path. Ooh. Their father was evil? Perhaps had evil intentions? Perhaps was hiding his scientific research from the world? Until it finally ends up rearing its ugly head, and his kids and humanity have to pay the price? Not like we haven't seen that shit before. Oh, and look at that. I didn't even see that shit. Oh man, if that isn't aping off of Alien, I don't know what is. Oh man, what the fuck? Oh god. You know, look, I love a good alien invasion, alien abduction, aliens taking over the world type of movie, man. I mean, dude, I remember Independence Day. I love that shit, man. Or Fire in the Sky. Oh, fuck Fire in the Sky. Or crazy, weird sci-fi monsters running amok, like Predator, Alien. So many really great ones out there, dude. I love that shit, man. But this straight to DVD crap, man. I mean, every single time they're like, well, I know that the other ones were better, but I mean, is there room for one more? No, there isn't. Stop it, will ya, please? Hey, look, sometimes I like a really good, cheesy, ridiculous sci-fi movie, man. Something like Creature, which is really cool. Or there's some other really weird sci-fi ones out there that I kind of dig, man. But every now and again, you kind of see one where you're like, I don't know, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look right, and it just feels like it's aping off of better material, but it doesn't have the same sort of cheesy sensibilities as some of the old school shit. There's something about the old school B movies from back in the day that they're just better. And it's hard to describe why, right? Because they're still cheesy and ridiculous, and the acting is over the top, and the special effects are just really cheap. But there's something nostalgic about it. And nowadays, these movies don't have the same type of quality to them. They know that this shit is bad. At least back in the day, they didn't really know the shit was bad. They just were trying to make a movie that maybe was like all these other movies, and trying to be honest and earnest about the fact that, hey, yeah, we know we're aping off of the shit, but we've got good intention. This could be good. And now they're just like, yeah, we know it's shit, but we're just trying to make a buck. You blame us? I mean, seriously. I mean, come on, look at this, man. I mean, I was hoping for a good Evil Monsters, and I'm getting a guy with like a really bad skin rash. Yeah, that doesn't really do much for me. I'm just gonna be honest. But maybe there's more to the movie. Maybe this alien actually does show up, and it bursts out of somebody's chest, and it grows into this weird phallus looking like creature that's going to kill everybody. Yeah, that's nothing like Alien. Oh man, I don't know. I like the idea of a scientific doctor doing crazy scientific research that will come back to haunt everybody. I like that idea. Yes, it's been done 10,000 times over, but why not one more, I guess? And alien creatures that will rampage the earth and killing some deserving motherfuckers, okay? I mean, as long as there's some good deaths, maybe some decent gore and limbs flying all over, maybe I can get on board this goddamn thing. But I like the old school cheesiness. I like the old school creatures and monsters, and I just don't think nowadays does it as better as back in the day. I know, call me a boomer, call me what you want, I don't care. I'm sticking to my guns, baby, because something tells me that this has nothing on the old school shit. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong indeed, man, because something tells me you're not going to be able to. Oh, yes, but hey, First Contacts is cool, but what about A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down, the medicine go down, the medicine go down. Oh, a spoonful of sugar makes the horror go down. Yeah, then a Shudder original of spoon full of sugar. Well, more like spoonful of blood. Don't worry, kid. Your death will be quick. Oh, yeah, it just might, man. What the fuck is this? Working on her thesis about children with severe allergies, Millicent is hired to babysit little Johnny. That is little Johnny, I'm assuming? A sickly mute child who suffers from every allergy under the sun. Damn, dude, I'm sorry, man. I mean, my girlfriend has some allergies from time to time, but I don't think she's really terrified of it. I mean, maybe during pollen season, but, isn't that obvious? Jeez. As she discovers Johnny's dark family secrets, things begin to become unhinged. Oh, do they now? What family secrets are there? Because something tells me they're more than just allergies. Perhaps maybe vampires? I don't know, man. I mean, it might be, or some sort of deadly virus? Possibly. I mean, the cover is making me think vampires with the blood, and she's, ingesting the blood. Like, something tells me that, but then again, looks can be deceiving, as I've always said with some of these ones, so I don't know where this is gonna go. Maybe it might be a very unpredictable ride. You think it's one thing, and it turns into something totally different. Then again, this is Shudder, so expect the obvious. Yeah, look, I don't mind Shudder at times, but let's be real. Most of their original shit is either aping off of the better stuff, or it ain't really good all that much. There's moments where I do like certain movies, but for the most part, I kind of feel like a lot of these films just aren't really all that great. They're just kind of throwing darts at a dartboard, spaghetti at the wall, and maybe occasionally you get something that sticks, but for the most part, you kind of are like, well, D for effort? I mean, pretty much, dude. I like the cover, but I've said before, covers can lie like a motherfucker. So, interesting. A little bit of babysitting, horror, infectious goodness? Perhaps. But better you watch it than me. I like Shudder, but sometimes even I have my limits. Just saying, guys. Even I do. I don't know about this one, but something tells me that I'd rather take a spoonful of sugar than a spoonful of Shudder any day of the week. What do you think? What do you think indeed, man? Very, very interesting, but that's not all, because yes, Shudder goodness is one thing, but Megan Fox? She's seen better days, but hey, maybe Johnny and Clyde can turn around? Said no one ever. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jeez. Oh great. She's joined by Ling. That spells quality. Right. Oh god. Jeez. Killer romance, huh? Johnny and Clyde are two serial killers madly in love and on an endless killing spree. Oh, Bonnie and Clyde, Johnny and Clyde. Okay, give me a fucking break, will ya? They set their sights on robbing a casino owned by the crime boss Elena and guarded by her demonic warrior. What is Biling her demonic warrior? What the fuck? And wait a minute. Megan Fox and crime boss? Those are two things in a sentence that I thought I'd never see in my lifetime. Okay? That is like not even close. Like oil and vinegar, like peanut butter and fluffernutter. Like, no, that ain't tasting good. Hey, crime boss, man, what is her brain in her tits? Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, I'm just saying, dude, like, when you look at Megan Fox, does she scream out crime boss to you? I'm just saying. Because to me, crime boss, That doesn't even come close, okay, to the wordings that I would choose for Megan Fox, man. Not even fucking close to save my life. It kind of feels like they're mixing in, like, the Bonnie and Clyde story, modernizing it to moments where it kind of feels like Spring Breakers. Some of the neon and some of the personalities and shit. I don't know, man. I mean, ooh, pretty people that are on the run, that are, you know, hiding from other pretty people that are supposed to be crime bosses to this criminal empire, and all the crazy hijinks that go on. All the excitement. I can't wait for that shit. And I'm like, come on, dude. Give me a fucking break, man. I mean, I've seen these type of movies 10,000 times over, man, and they've been done better. I don't mind modernizing the Bonnie and Clyde story. There's been moments where that has been done before, like Natural Born Killers. Natural Born Killers is fucking fantastic. Juliette Lewis, Woody Harrelson, that shit's great, dude. And you get some cool little commentary on society, and you get some crazy performances. I mean, that shit's cool, but this kind of feels like they're gonna put in the techno hip music soundtrack and dress the pretty people up in really, you know, sexy revealing clothing, and they're gonna look, well, they think badass with guns, but yeah, forget that shit. I don't know, dude. This just looks like it's a really waste of energy and time, and man, what has happened to Megan Fox? Look, I like Megan Fox, or I should say I used to like Megan Fox. I mean, she wasn't bad in Transformers, Eye Candy, yes. She was pretty good in Jennifer's Body. I mean, there were moments where I liked her, but overall, man, she has really squandered her career, and now she's doing Drek like this, man. You know, just fucking watch the old school Bonnie and Clyde stuff with Warren Beatty, watch Natural Born Killers, watch a hell of a lot better shit, because something tells me that Johnny and Clyde is a big old gigantic piece of shit, alright? Megan Fox, you can look pretty all you want. Your boobs can literally be popping out of your fucking dress. But that doesn't mean that I want to watch you do it. Just saying, man. Oh, God. Another straight to DVD piece of shit. But don't take my word for it. Watch it if you want, but I did tell you so. I did indeed, man. Interesting for the indie goodness. Not half bad, man. I'm definitely loving it, as do I love all the new release love in general. Because Walmart is definitely doing their due diligence in a big bad way. And you got to love that. Oh, I do. Let's head out. So I think we can all agree that life is better with more physical media in the world. And Walmart is definitely doing their part. Oh, it truly is, man. They are supplying the love. They are supplying all the physical media goodies. And it makes life just a wee bit sweeter. Oh, you bet your ass it does, man. Not bad. This is a huge bonanza week for physical media. We got big horror blockbusters. We've got a little bit of indie weirdness and everything in between, man. If you're looking for a different type of genre, horror, romantic comedy, action, a little bit of coming of age goodness, everything that any movie lover would care for and definitely dive into, Walmart definitely has your back. Oh, they do indeed, man. It's nice to come in here. It's nice to see the physical media love. Hey, I'll take it. I can't say this place always astounds me, but every now and again, they definitely do their part. Yes, they do, man. But, hey, this is just the start. There's so much great physical media that's here, but there's more, hopefully, to check out. Well, I'd like to think there is. But how about we go to more stores and hopefully check out the more abundance that physical media can give us that will make life so much better. All right, everybody, we are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. And this is a little bit of sad news for me, because as somebody who is a huge fan of Scream Factory, have loved so many of their releases over the years, have really appreciated them as a company, to see one of their greats move on is never easy. Yes, Jeff Nelson, one of the masterminds behind Scream Factory, is leaving the company. His own words: open for hire, all good things must come to an end to make room for positive change. And so with that, I wanted to let you know I am pursuing other professional paths, and so today is my last day at Shout Factory. I am incredibly fortunate and grateful for the 14 years working there and was presented with amazing and unforgettable moments, relationships within that time. I'm literally friends with many because of Shout, and it even played a role to creating this IG page. Although I have worked on many projects that spoke directly to my sensibilities, The Lonely Lady, The Cobies, Can't Stop the Music, The Facts of Life, just to name a few, I am especially proud of the popular Scream Factory brand I co-created in 2012, and it was a dream come true for me on deep personal levels to be the captain of that often bonkers and colorful ship. If I could go back in time, I would tell my horror-obsessed 10-year-old self that his future was bright. So just keep watching the likes of The Fog, Halloween, and Carrie over and over again, despite your teacher's side eyes and your mother's disdain for them. Though the Scream Factory brand still has some good tricks up its sleeve in the future, I'm on the next exciting chapter, whatever that will be, and I'm sure it'll be just as fabulous. Till then, thank you to my friends and all the fans of Shout and Scream Factory for the much genuine and appreciated support. We're gonna miss you, Jeff. We truly will, because, man, Scream Factory was really one of the first times that you really felt a boutique label was really listening to its fan base. It really felt like that was the collector mentality going forward. Like, that is where it's at, man. And Scream Factory, Shout Factory was one of the originators. Not the complete originator. Obviously, Anchor Bay was one of them. But the fact that they took the Anchor Bay model and really ran with it and really made it even more exciting and new and fresh really reinvigorated the collector market in a big bad way. And other companies have taken that and ran with it themselves. Companies like Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, you name it. But Scream Factory really was phenomenal for what they did, for the time that they did it, man. And it's not like the brand is over. There's always new Scream Factory titles coming out, new 4K upgrades, you name it. But the heyday of Scream Factory is kind of passing by. Is that kind of fair to say? I think it is, man. And it's not that I still don't pick up things from Scream Factory, but do I pick them up at the pace that I used to? That's a no, man. I mean, back in the day, I would be buying, 6, 7, up to 10 titles, man. Sometimes a month. I was going hard on that shit. Now, maybe I'm picking up 2 or 3 every couple months, maybe even less. I'm not as excited about the brand. They're not doing as much new, invigorating titles as they used to. They're not really putting out as many exciting things as other companies are. Has the time passed them by? I don't entirely know. That's not for me to say. Only time will tell. But at the same time, I have to recognize how brilliant they were for a brand, and the fact that Jeff Nelson and Cliff McMillan made it what it is, man. Jeff Nelson is a huge horror lover, a huge movie buff, and he appreciates these old school classics like you and I do. And if it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for Cliff McMillan pushing hard for some of these titles and really working with these companies to get some of this stuff out there to us as fanboys and fangirls, then we wouldn't have some of these titles that we would now. We wouldn't have some of the special features that we have had and some of the amazing releases and the artwork. They really put the time and effort into it. It hasn't always worked, and sometimes they have fallen flat on their ass. But I appreciate the effort, and at every turn you could really tell how big of a fans they really were of this material and how much they really cared. And to see one of them leaving, maybe he just wanted to go. Maybe he just felt like he had done as much as he could go, and he really reached a limit and a peak, and he was just spinning his wheels, and maybe it was time for him to go. Maybe it was for personal reasons. Maybe there was a whole lot of other stuff to it. But I will always remember Jeff Nelson being at Shout Factory, Scream Factory as a fan and a lover of cinema, of horror cinema, and somebody that was really fighting for us fans and to give us the best physical media editions that he possibly could. And there's no denying that, man. Yeah, you can quibble about a release here, a release there, some issues that happen from time to time, but for the most part, you can't deny that they were putting out banger after banger after banger. And wherever the brand goes next, whatever Scream Factory becomes from this point on, it will not be with Jeff Nelson's input, and that is a very sad, sad day. Just saying, man. I love Jeff Nelson. I love him as this really great fighter of physical media and of the fans and wanting these great additions out there to the masses. And wherever he lands next, wherever he goes, I'm going to follow. What do you think about that, man? What do you think about old school Scream Factory, Shout Factory, and the fact that this man really gave us some amazing, incredible titles that we wouldn't have otherwise? Because look, there's not a lot of people anymore that have the passion to release this stuff, the hard work that it takes. And the few people that do, we need to cherish them. And Jeff Nelson has definitely been one of those warriors that I will always, always appreciate. Definitely let me know, guys. But in the meantime, what about good old Target? I mean, Walmart had the goods. I'm hoping Target will have the same. I don't know, but how about we go in? Check it out. All right, everybody, in at the good old Target under the new releases. And, yeah. What the fuck is this? What the hell? This is supposed to be new releases, right? Well, if that's the case, why don't we have any of the new releases? I mean, it's nice to see new titles at Target, and these are definitely new titles, but they're not new titles. Where's Scream 6? Book Club? Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret? Any fucking thing, dude. There's no new stuff at all. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like weird blue people, and George Foreman grills are definitely my jam. I sure as shit wouldn't fuck with them. I mean, hey, Nicolas Cage's Dracula floats my boat every goddamn time. Then again, I don't know about impregnating women with clone fetuses, but whatever, man. I mean, geez, I've talked about all of these, all of them. Where is the new stuff? I mean, I know Target isn't always the best at filling every single shelf with every new release, I get it, but this is ridiculous. I mean, there's no major new stuff on this side. Nope. Nada. Over here? Yeah. Nothing at all. This is just weird. I don't know, man. I've got nothing. No excuse whatsoever. Beats the shit out of me. If this is how your targets are, now I'm feeling it too. Okay. Well, so much for Target. This is a bust. Damn. This is bad. I know that when I come into Target, I fully realize that they're not going to have every release like Walmart will have, okay? Fully, I understand it. I get it. That's cool, right? What I don't accept is that, okay? That is absolute bullshit, okay? You've got to admit, I have not trashed on Target in a very long time, right? Because they've been doing pretty well. Even when they're not doing great, they're still kind of trying. This is just flat out waving the white flag defeat bullshit, okay? This is major crap, man. This is garbage, okay? I mean, what really astounds me more than anything else is the fact that I told you guys a while back, right, that what Target does now is that they hold off their releases every 2 weeks. So even though more physical media is coming out, they're not always releasing it every single week. They're doing it every 2 weeks, right? Well, guess what? This week was supposed to be the second week. So they were supposed to put all of the releases out not only for this week, but for the previous week as well. They didn't do it. Okay? I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether their policies have suddenly changed now, or whether they just decided not to give a shit and just say, fuck it, we're not going to put the goddamn stuff out. I don't know what's going on, man. Either the employees are lazy, or policies change, or they're like, well, yeah, that guy that comes in to film at Target, yeah, let's just fuck him over. Like, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. It's a fucking conundrum to me whatsoever, man. And I'm baffled. I really am. I'm like, okay, I guess it is what it is, dude. So, yeah, Target has completely fucked us over, and there is no new releases at all. Not even one thing. I mean, at least with one thing I say, well, it sucks, but at least there's something to show off. I can't even say that, dude. Damn, man. Target burned us bad. Man, dude, they really fucked us over, and they didn't even use lube. I'm kind of feeling it too. Damn, man. Okay, well, I guess no go here. This week definitely doesn't make me a very happy physical media boy. In fact, damn, I'm downright depressed. Jeez, let's hope that next time around they end up improving, because even one title would be a hell of an improvement over what we got here. Jesus, man. I'll pray to the physical media gods, because that might be the only way that we're going to get more physical media here, because, man, something's got to improve in this bitch. Whew. This is the worst it's been in a long, long time, and hopefully we are at the bottom, and the only way to go is up. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, well, no physical media here. That's pretty evident. How about we go to another location where, at the very least, something, one thing, hell, anything.
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles worth showing off. If there is, well, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 HQ and show it out to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I gotta talk about a trailer with you guys. And sometimes studios don't know when to quit. You have a good thing, and you just keep on putting out stuff that just not so interested in. You did it with Morbius, and now, damn you, Sony. You're gonna fuck over Kraven too? Shit, with Kraven the Hunter coming very soon. And, you know, look, man, Spider-Man is such an amazing movie icon, amazing comic book superhero, and he has one of the best rogue galleries of villains of all time, man, right up there with Batman, clearly. And what Sony is trying to do, well, I'm not even quite sure what Sony is trying to do necessarily, because Sony is working with Marvel. They're licensing out Spider-Man to them so he could be part of the MCU. Okay, great. It's been working out wonderful. Everybody is getting paid. Big box office numbers. Everybody is loving it. Hey, win-win, right? And on top of that, they're doing the Spider-Verse movies, which are really popping. People are really loving, making a lot of cash. They're happy. So why take these Spider-Man villains and do these origin, aka anti-hero stories? What's the purpose necessarily? And I'm not quite entirely sure, man. And yet again, we're getting another one of, well, he's not the bad guy. Yeah, he does bad things, but he's doing it for good reasons type of movie. Yeah, that's what we're getting here, man. And basically, it's Kraven's origin. It's him fighting for the good guys, but doing it in a dirty way against his father, who's evil, and he's going to have to go against his father and all the complications and the badass action that goes with it, right? I like the character of Kraven. I think it's a cool concept. And he's a very interesting character, and I think it could work in certain circumstances. I just don't know as a standalone movie if that's really going to be a possibility, man. I mean, I like Aaron Taylor Johnson, and he comes off as kind of charming and badass in the trailer, and I think he's going to do okay for what it's worth. They've definitely been trying to push him as an action star as of late, and I'm not entirely seeing it quite yet. I like him as an actor for the most part, but I think they're kind of just shoving it in the face a little bit. I think he has the chops to do it. He just hasn't quite convinced me yet, and I don't know if Craven is going to do it. I mean, I appreciate the fact that this movie is rated R, right? And when seeing the Red Band trailer, I'm like, okay, you see some of the blood, you see him tearing apart people's flesh, you see him, actually shooting people and stabbing them, and okay, you see it, it's brutal. I'm hoping they keep it very intense. That's what I'm hoping for, because Craven can be a very intense character. Makes sense, right? Okay, fair enough. But I don't know about them having to shove in the romantic interest and the idea that he got his powers because of, mixing with the lion's blood and shit, and now he can kind of, summon animals, kind of like Beastmaster, like, what? Like, I don't know, man. It feels very Morbius, right? Because Morbius mixed his blood with the bat's blood, and then he got better, and he was able to, like, have the bat powers, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know where they're going with this, dude. It feels not right to me, okay? And, look, I mean, you got some good actors in here. Even Russell Crowe. It feels like Russell Crowe is really at least trying, at least I hope. And it does feel like they want to go with something very hard-hitting, but where is this taking us necessarily? The Venom movies and Morbius and now this, are they trying to like build up to a Sinister Six movie? Are we eventually going to introduce a Sony version of Spider-Man that stands alone from Marvel, and all this is going to come together? But they're not really creating these villains as bad guys. Like, they're not treating Venom as a bad guy. They're not treating Morbius as a bad guy necessarily. Not even Craven. Like, where are they taking all of this? I don't know. And then, obviously, they're going to be doing Madame Web, and it just feels like they're kind of just throwing spaghetti at the wall and not knowing what'll hit, and just hoping, hey, this seems like a cool concept, a cool Spider-Man villain. Let's take it and spin it into a cool, like, anti-hero good guy thing. And I'm like, no, because that kind of takes away from whatever you're going to eventually do with Spider-Man, right? Maybe? I don't know, man. Sony is all over the place. Like, I appreciate that Sony is committed to the Spider-Man world, but how they're going about it really makes zero sense to me, man. Look, the trailer looks kind of cool. It looks kind of cheesy. It's kind of worrisome to me. I mean, I appreciate a badass killer from the wild being in the big city, right? That's a cool thing. It's been done before, but it could still be reinvented in an interesting way. But to take a really cool Spider-Man villain and turn him into a good guy for just a movie's sake, and that's it, I just don't understand, man. What are we doing here? What is Sony doing? What is their overall goal and their concept? And if some of y'all can tell me, I'd really appreciate it, man. Look, I like Spider-Man. I like his rogue gallery of villains, but when you turn them good, doesn't make them seem all that interesting to me. Just saying, man. Are you looking forward to this, or do you think this is going to be another Morbius situation where it was better left dead on arrival? Let's hope this is different, but I'm just not going to have any hope for this. I really am not, man. Let me know what you think about that. In the meantime, oh, man, it's been rough. One place had good stuff, another had zippity-doo-dah, but maybe the next place will? I don't know, but how about we go in and at least check it out? All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and 1 out of 2 ain't bad? Shit. I mean, hey, give Walmart credit. Well, the first Walmart, because they were handling their business. They were bringing out the goodies. They were doing their due diligence.
Unlike Target, which, quite frankly, shit the bed massively. So I'm like, oh, well, one did good, one did really crappy. So, hey, what about number 3? What about the second Walmart? I mean, yeah. I mean, might not be plentiful. It might not be great. But maybe they'll actually have something worth showing off. Hell, maybe even a little bit of indie weirdness and indie oddities. Something to raise my spirits. Because I really need it. And I'm like, oh man, please. God, you have not come through for me. God knows how many weeks. But this week, you gotta do it, man. You got to give me the good shit. Please. I need it. So do we have it? And I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, we're fucked again. God, we are, man. This is so fucking pitiful. They, here at the second Walmart, have none of the new releases whatsoever. None of them. Zippity, doo-dah, zilch. No way, no how. They have nothing. They are practically empty. Yeah, they have stuff from previous weeks, but this time around, nothing. Not a damn one. They must be getting their shipments the same way Target is. Maybe they ran into the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know. I'm just trying to make some excuse up to try to feel good. And it's not really working. Okay, well, fine. How can one Walmart have all the good shit and then the other Target has nothing? Well, then again, this used to have all the good shit, and then the other Walmart literally had practically zippity doo-dah. So, okay, I've seen it before, but I mean, come on, man. You can't have it be this bad. But it is. I'm living the fucking Twilight Zone, man. I really am. So, yes. Nothing. At all. Again. I see a recurring theme here, and I'm not really liking it. So, let's go to the next location, which, please, God, Lord, help me, baby Jesus, somebody, because I need physical media in my life. And this next location, gots to give me it. At least I hope. All right, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location, and when you have trying times, when you're in search of physical media and you just can't find it in the most obvious places where it really should be, you have to look to a savior. You have to look to a store that's going to satisfy your needs. A bookstore? I never said it was perfect. I never did indeed. You know where we're at. And that is none other than, yes, good old B&N Barnes & Noble's back for more physical media hijinks, or let's hope physical media hijinks, because my God, man, it's been rough. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, and it turned out to be... Damn, man. Big old fat goose eggs everywhere I've went practically. But maybe Barnes & Noble will turn us around. Maybe it'll have all the physical media love that I desire. God, I hope so. Let's go in and check it out. All right, everybody. We are in a good old B&N. And do my eyes deceive me? Do we actually have new physical media love? Oh, my Lord. Praise Jesus. It's about damn time. Jesus, thank you, the physical media gods. Because Lord knows I was really starting to lose it, but Barnes & Noble has brought me back from the grip of deep, dark, physical media depression. Hey, yay for small miracles? Shit, I'll take what I can get, baby. Let's dive in with Ghostface, back to terrorize a new breed of victims in Scream 6. Yeah, the Blu-ray digital for $36. Okay, not totally bad, I suppose. The 4K for $40. A little bit out of my price range, but then, wait. Oh, shit. Huh. Really? Huh. I thought this was an only at Best Buy exclusive. Right? So why the fuck is it at Barnes and Noble? Hey, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, man, look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Ghostface, looking like he's on the subway train. I hope he paid for the toll. I hope he did indeed. But maybe he did with someone's blood. Yeah. Oh, nice. Look at that, man. It's whole $51. Okay, look. Ghostface is cool, but he ain't $50 cool. I'm just saying, man. Especially when it comes to this movie. Yeah. Ghostface has seen better days. And honestly, maybe back in the day I would have paid $50 for you. But now, will you take a 10? Oh my god, dude. And they got that. They also got the 6-film collection set as well for, wow, okay, hell, that's even for $67. So wait a minute, so you get 6 films for $67, or you can get the steelbook alone for $51. There's something incredibly fucked up about that. There really is, guys. But hey, if you want the steelbook, have at it. It's your money. It certainly ain't mine, man. Wow, look at this. That is cool, dude. But you want to know what's even cooler? New York City, baby. New York, New York. Yes, because I love horror movies. But horror movies set in New York City? That's my kind of jam. Oh, it is, man. And actually, there's a lot more than you might think there is. Movies like Maniac, Dressed to Kill, Basket Case. Yes, good old Belial, baby. Come on, man. I mean, American Psycho, which is really great. Lest we forget, Gremlins 2, the new batch. Yeah. Went out of the small town and into the big city. And damn, did they create some chaos. Oh, they really did, dude. Oh, man, I love me some Gremlins too, man. Yeah, it's more wacky, ridiculous, but damn, is it fun. And I can't forget to mention movies like Mimic, which is so good. Chud. Oh, man, Chud is so great, dude. Yes, New York City. Because when you go in the sewers, man, that toxic waste will fuck you up, man. It really will, dude. Judd is great. Of course, I gotta mention a little bit of Lucio Fulci love in New York Ripper. Oh, man, what a sleazy movie that is. But I love that, man. I mean, it's Fulci. Come on, it's gold, dude. And on top of that, I've got to mention, well, not that I consider it a classic, but at least it's kind of worth mentioning, Vampire in Brooklyn with Eddie Murphy. Yeah, I wouldn't put it on the list either, but honorable mention. Yeah, for what it's worth, man. But the movie that I think everybody has compared this to, at least in the horror franchise realm, has to be a good old man, Jason Voorhees, man. Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Well, Jason takes the boat, and then the last maybe 10 minutes he takes Manhattan. But we'll forget that shit. Oh, man. You know, I kind of appreciate the fact of taking a horror franchise out of its normal territory and spinning it into something new and different. The terror of that, the unknown of it, and the idea that, yes, it's to your advantage as well, but it's also to Ghostface's advantage too. And the idea that you never quite know where he's going to lurk, where he's going to show up, a back alley, on the subway, you name it. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. He definitely does, man. I just think the ultimate problem is that they never really took advantage of the New York City setting, man. I mean, there was a couple times where, okay, it was on the subway or maybe a random alley, but there was so many great opportunities to really showcase New York City and show the terror of Ghostface in a big city and a big area where he could terrorize even further and really manipulate you and get you in the most creative ways. And they didn't really go there, unfortunately. And I think it was a major missed opportunity, man. I mean, you can say the same with Jason Takes Manhattan, and you're not wrong, but I kind of think they did it better in Manhattan. They kind of showed off a little bit more of the city, some of the back alleys. I think even in the small amount of time that they were in Manhattan, in New York City, I think they took advantage of the locations and some of the unique things that Jason can do in that area. I just wish they would have done it for the rest of the fucking movie. That's all, dude. Man, you had a perfect opportunity to do something unique and interesting and outside the box of the Scream franchise, and you just didn't really go for it, man. You didn't take advantage of that shit. And you really should have, man. And it kind of feels been there, done that anyway. It just kind of feels like we're aping off of other moments in earlier iterations of the series and not doing it nearly half as well, half-assing it. And it just becomes predictable, and the characters are not as entertaining or interesting, and you don't care about them nearly as much as the other ones. And it just kind of feels like we're kind of spinning our wheels with this franchise, dude. And I know this movie made a shitload of money. I don't know why. Me and John walked out of this movie and we were like, man, this is kind of a lame-ass flick, dude. I mean, really, if people are really thinking this is a great Scream movie, they really gotta think again. But look, it made a lot of money. The franchise is still high in gear, still in demand, and so we might get a Scream 7. I mean, if it's still making money, if they're still getting good returns, why wouldn't they keep the train rolling? I just don't know what we're gonna do with this, man. It kind of feels like they're just aping off of other stories and not doing really anything original anymore with this. And I think once you get to a part 6, a part 7, 8, you name it, just starts to go through the motions. You know what I'm saying? As long as we have teenagers with skimpy clothes on and a little bit of stabbing action, yeah, we'll get the butts in the seats. I mean, that's what they did with the Friday the 13th franchise, but at least that was entertaining. At least those characters had personalities. Even if they were food for fodder, at least I kind of was entertained by it all. I mean, the same with Freddy, and the same with Michael, and Leprechaun, and Leatherface, and Pinhead. I mean, you name it, guys. It's just, at a certain point, we're done with all the creativity, and we're just now doing the same thing over and over again and just masking it with new characters and slightly newer situations to pretend like we're doing something fresh, when in fact that's not really the case, guys. And this is where we're at with the Scream franchise. Look, I get it. If you love this movie, hey, have at it, man. But the heydays of Scream, the good movies, 1 through 3, and maybe a little bit of 4, those are gone, man. The Wes Craven influence is gone, and now we're just getting copycat movies that don't do it half as well. And this is where we're at with the Scream franchise. And if you guys want that, if you guys are okay with that, have at it. But dude, I love the old school Wes Craven movies, and these ones just kind of feel like they're trying to be a Wes Craven Scream movie, but can't exactly do what the man, the master, the myth, the legend himself can indeed do. So it sucks, but this is where we're at, man. And I fully believe we're going to get a Scream 7. And Lord knows where it's going, man. I mean, are we going back to Woodsboro? Are we staying in New York City? Are we going to go to Alaska in the snow? I mean, Siberia? I mean, where the fuck are we going with this goddamn thing, man? I mean, we're just spinning our wheels, dude. And I kind of feel like at this point, why bother? I mean, yeah, we brought back Gail, but we almost killed her off, and maybe we did. If contract negotiations don't go well, sayonara to Courtney Cox. I mean, Dewey took a real shitbed last fucking movie. I mean, that death scene was... Damn, man. They really had to do my man dirty. Really? And Neve Campbell, Sydney, didn't even come back for this one. I mean, they wanted her back, but they weren't even willing to pay her what she's worth for this franchise. I mean, that's where we're at, man. So even if they bring her back for another movie, they may just, have her kick the bucket. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. It just feels like we're just bringing people back for the sake of attacking them and killing them off because they're kind of old and they're not hip anymore, so fuck them. And we're bringing in these newer people that don't nearly have the great personalities and stories that are kind of worth being invested in, and I don't know, it's Scream nowadays, man, and every horror franchise gets here, and we're here with Scream, man. Technically, we were here with Scream 5, but we're really here now with Scream 6. Look, I will be in the movie theater. I will watch Scream 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. God, if it gets that far, Lord help me. But I'll be there. Not quite sure I'll be excited, but yeah, I'll be there for what it's worth. I mean, you do get interesting special features, over an hour of heart-pounding killer bonus features. Yeah, sure, I bet. The terrifying sequel. Is that what they're calling this? Okay, well, whatever, man. Look, I don't hate the Scream franchise. I appreciate the fact that it's still going. I appreciate the fact that this is still very popular and people want to go see it, but the heydays, the good times of the Scream franchise are over. Well, at least I'm willing to admit it. Some people aren't, and when they do, it'll be too little too late. They will make another 2-3 of these motherfuckers when that actually happens. Look into your soul and look inside yourself and take a moment to realize that the Wes Craven classics, this is definitely not. It might be an okay horror movie, but on par with Scream, on par with the original classics, the sequels. Come on. You know it in your heart. You really honestly do, man. Ghostface will forever be iconic. Will forever be the face of one of the greatest horror franchises in modern history. But retirement? Yeah. I'd consider it. Who says killing Nazis can't be fun? Oh, it truly can. When you're watching Sisu do it. Oh, you bet your ass, baby. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. Hey, I never said that seeing Nazis get killed is cheap. It's just entertaining as hell. It truly is, man. Oh, man. And as I said earlier, as a Jew, I 100% completely without any trepidation, without any hesitation, 100% approve of Nazis getting killed, man. I really do. The more the merrier, the better, man. Let's see the blood flowing from their head, from their jugular. Let's see it being drained from their body. Okay, I kind of have a death wish when it comes to Nazis, but do you really blame me? I mean, come on, man. And this was absolutely glorious. But it is not the only Nazis getting hunted down and killed movie. There's a few out there, man. Like, I want my Nazi scalps. Yes, sir, Brad Pitt. Whatever you say. Yes, and Inglourious Bastards, man. Oh, I love Inglourious Bastards. That's a great movie, man. The first time I watched it, I was a little unsure about it. I was like, oh, the changing of history with the whole Hitler death, and I didn't know how I felt about all that. But the more I watched it, the more I really embraced it and just really absolutely love it, man. I think it's one of Tarantino's best. It's so well done, man. The characters and the situations and the thrills and the kills, so great. The dialogue, amazing, man. Tarantino, of course it is, man. So fantastic. Of course, we have to talk about Indiana Jones. Oh, yes, come on. Indiana Jones is great. Of course, I've got to show a little bit of love to the adventurer himself, the archaeologist, the man who started it all. Oh, yes, Indiana Jones, movies like The Last Crusade. Okay, he wasn't really facing Nazis in Temple of Doom, but it was still cool, man. So great, dude. I mean, the classics, though, never go out of style. Like Raiders of the Lost Ark, he was so good killing Nazis, and when they were opening up the Ark and their faces were melting off and shit, I had a little bit of satisfaction. I did, man. I mean, he is one of the best when it comes to taking down Nazis, man. He really is. Okay, it might not be crazy blood and gore all over the place, but their deaths are pretty satisfying. Just saying, man. It really is, dude. And of course, there's other ones out there as well. Indiana Jones isn't the only one that's enjoying the love. I mean, you also have movies like Shockwaves from 1977. Well, technically, they were zombie Nazis? Yeah, but I kind of liked it, actually. Yeah, they came back to life, but you get to kill them a second time, so yeah, I kind of found that even more satisfying. And of course, Dead Snow does that as well, and Dead Snow is actually pretty cool. Both of the movies are actually pretty solid for what it's worth, man. They're not half bad. Of course, gotta talk about a little bit of Iron Sky. Yeah, that real cheesy, weird oddity of a movie, man. The idea that they lost the Third Reich and they didn't escape to, the far side of the world or anything. They actually went to the dark side of the moon. Yeah, and they built up this crazy wild base, and they're gonna take back the world. The Fuhrer is coming back for vengeance. It's not a bad little movie. It's alright for what it's worth, man. It doesn't really go for it the way I was hoping it would, but it's got some highlighted moments that I kind of enjoy, man. I mean, hell, even The Rocketeer did some Nazi hunting stuff. Captain America, the First Avenger, hell, even X-Men First Class got into it a little bit. So, hell, even the superhero love is getting into a little bit of Nazi killing and hunting, man. Which ain't half bad, but there's actually a movie out there that I actually really like, very supernatural, but I kind of dig it. It's this indie horror B-movie, which is actually not half bad. It's called The Devil's Rock, and I really dig this movie. Basically, it's the day before D-Day. We're gonna storm the beaches of Normandy, you name it, and there's this Nazi stronghold that these soldiers are gonna try to overtake, and when they get inside there, they realize, man, it is anything but what they were expecting. The idea that the Nazis are trying to control this demonic entity and how it's manipulating them and killing them and how it wants to break free. It's really fascinating, and I love the design of the demonic evil piece of shit. Man, boy, that demon is all kinds of heinous, man. I love that movie, dude. It's really, really well done. The blood and gore is fantastic. The effects are great. Yeah, if you've never seen that, that is really, really solid, man. So there's all kinds of different ones. Hell, even Hellboy got into it. So there's a lot of different ways and different type of movies that go into the whole Nazi hunting and killing aspect, but I definitely appreciate it, man, and add another one to the list. But this one really just revels in it, man. It goes for it in the biggest, baddest way, man. And there are some scenes where you're literally like, oh yes, oh my god, damn, man, that's some nasty shit, but I can't look away. Yeah, man, Sisu does it really, really well, man. It came out of nowhere. I was not expecting it, and man, it is such a delight of a movie, man. It truly is, dude. If you like hardcore action movies, if you like just no holds barred brutality and killing and just mean-spirited people just fucking going at one another and all of the blood and gore and guts flying all over the place, and Sisu is definitely your jam, man. If you like a little bit more lighthearted fare, I'd probably stay away. But if you're okay with Nazis getting killed in very brutal and glorious and entertaining ways, this is your jam, and I ain't gonna lie, it's definitely mine. It truly is. You got indestructible and pushing the boundaries of reality, the visual effects, not bad. Look, any movie that promotes the killing of Nazis is always aces in my book. Some do it better than others. Some are a little bit more creative. Some are a little bit more lighthearted fare, depending on what genre you're going into. But they're all the same. Killing Nazis for the benefit of mankind. And I can definitely get behind that. Bo is all kinds of fucked up. And something tells me that his creator is happy to keep it that way. Yes, and Bo is afraid. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. Well, for a little bit of fucked up Ari Aster goodness, that can't be beat. Oh yes, man. And let's talk about Ari Aster, shall we? Because man, this guy is in a category all his own. Now, I have always loved horror. And horror changes over the decades, over the years, and directors come and go. And the classics will never go out of style. The Tobe Hoopers and the Wes Cravens and the Sean Cunninghams, you name it, Alfred Hitchcocks. They have left an indelible print on the horror genre that will never, ever be forgotten, okay? But if horror is to survive, if horror is to continue to be a powerhouse within the Hollywood system, we need directors that are going to put their own unique stamps and really create their own legacies. And we've had quite a few of them. I mean, people like Robert Eggers, James Wan, Ty West, to name a few, man, on top of many, many others. And the thing about it is, some of those directors are able to navigate horror in very unique and interesting ways. Some are able to do it more mainstream. Others are able to do it more in the indie realm. But what Ari Aster does is very unique because he really gets into the psychology of it. It's not just about the horror. It's not just about the killing and the blood and the death. It's really getting into your psyche, into your mind, and really the fear and the hysteria and the craziness and the desperation that goes along with it, and how that can create the horror itself. And man, he has done it brilliantly. I remember in the movie theater seeing Hereditary with Bob, and we were just sitting there like, we don't know what the fuck is happening with this movie, man. And we're just on this crazy ride where we know the characters are going crazy, but we're going crazy. We're like, what the fuck, man? And once it crescendos into this crazy, wild, epic finale, man, it was like, man, you're just like enveloped in this whole thing, and you're just ready for whatever this master is willing to give you, man. And it's the same thing with Midsommar, right? Being in the movie theater with John and walking in knowing Hereditary already, but not really prepared for where Midsommar is going to go, and the idea of bringing folk horror into the modern day realm, and how he took influences from The Wicker Man and a lot of those old school folk horror tales and really spun it into something very twisted. And damn, was I impressed and scared and sitting there looking at John like, what the fuck are we watching? But in the most like pleasant way possible, man. It's wild. And the same thing with Beau is Afraid. I mean, he's not willing to just go into the madness of it and just take his time really getting into this character's head and the craziness of everything that's going around him and how it's affecting his well-being, and just really going down this crazy, wild, almost like an Alice in Wonderland fever dream. It's nuts, man. But he's really good at doing it, man, and he makes it look gorgeous and beautiful and fucked up all at the same time, man. I mean, some people are more mainstream. You look at somebody like Mike Flanagan, who is amazing as a horror director and someone who's definitely blazing his own path. But he's very much hitting the mainstream audiences with the popular stuff, kind of like James Wan, which is not a bad thing. If they're good at it, you can still do mainstream and do it successfully and still get a lot of horror cred. But it's people like Ari Aster that is doing some really mind-bending things, man. Stuff that you've never seen before, kind of like Robert Eggers as well. And I will follow this guy wherever he goes, man. If he wants to do mainstream shit, I'm there. If he wants to do weird folk horror shit again, I'm there. If he wants to do this crazy fever dream, mind-bending fairy tale, I'm on board as well, man. He's gotten my respect. He's earned it. And I like different things within the horror genre. I just don't like basic slashers or ghost stories. I really like mixing it up, man. And when a director can take a premise or an idea and really give it a new spin, that's what I really appreciate it. And Ari Aster has proved, at least with the 3 films he's done so far, that he's willing to take an idea and make it all his own. And damn, does he make it unique as hell. He really does, man. I mean, you've got Finally Home, making of Beau is Afraid. Oh, that's it, unfortunately. Damn. I would have loved a commentary or more featurettes, but honestly, Ari Aster is not willing to explain this movie. I mean, Lord knows people have asked him, and he does not answer it. Basically, it's almost like whatever you think it is, it is. He doesn't want to try to over-explain it. He doesn't want to give you all the answers. And I think sometimes that's good. There's moments where I like a lot of answers, and then there's moments where I just sit back and take it all in, and it's up to my own mind and imagination to where it all goes. But I give Ari Aster credit for creating a world that is unique unto itself, and things that you have never seen before, and things that you've only imagined in your brain come to life, or things that dare not be spoken, like penis monsters. Oh my god. Yeah, man. It's crazy, it's odd, it's weird, it's all kinds of fucked up, but that's Ari Aster for you. Kind of like David Lynch, right? You don't want to get into David Lynch's head, and something tells me that you don't want to get into Ari Aster's either. He is a true artiste, a true auteur, and let's hope that the many years of Ari Aster's incredible, odd, and masterful, and yet messed up filmmaking continues for a very, very long time, because I can't wait to see what he does next. I'm gonna fear it. I don't know what I'm walking myself into, but I'm willing to take the ride. Or mission, should you choose to accept it, is to recreate the crazy stunts that Tom Cruise does in the Mission Impossible movies. Wait a second, hold on a second. Do you want me to break a hip? I mean, seriously, man, I don't know whether he's drinking children's blood, what type of vitamins he's getting from Walmart. Maybe it's just a Scientology, but not only does he barely age, but the dude can do shit that even me at 40 would probably break my fucking back doing. I give him all the credit in the world. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. He can do it, and I'll just watch it. Yeah, that sounds good to me, man. Mission Impossible 6, Mission Impossible Fallout, baby. The 4K Steely Love for $35. Not half bad. I'm noticing that we don't have Mission Impossible 5, though. That would have been nice. All right. Oh, hey. One Mission Impossible Steely is better than none. Just saying, man. Hey, why the hell not, dude? And, you know, last out and about, okay, when I showed you that I picked up Mission Impossible 1 and 2, and I was saying, oh, how Dead Reckoning Part 1 and 2 is going to be the swan song to Tom Cruise, and how he's going to say goodbye to the franchise, and a really great send-off for the character of Ethan Hunt. Well, yeah, I know I said that, but now I'm starting to eat my words. Because he does an interview promoting the next one, right? And he's saying, well, Harrison Ford is iconic, and I want to be doing action movies well into my 80s. And I could keep on going with the Mission Impossible franchise as long as they're popular, as long as people are willing to have me do crazy stunts and shit. I'll be doing this well into my golden years. And I'm like, Tom, buddy, you got one hell of a death wish, brother. Jesus Christ, you really do. Oh my fucking Lord, man. Look, I give Tom Cruise all the credit in the world, man. These movies are a spotlight of his action talent, his charisma, his charm, and the fact that he is willing to up the ante every single movie, dude. I mean, stunts that nobody would do to save their life, he's doing, and he's willing to really like go out there, man. Barely any wires and make it as real as possible. And dude, there's nobody like him. I mean, you could call him crazy as shit. You ain't wrong, but you got to respect it, man. And he's deserved that. He's deserved the right to have the career he's had because he's really willing to put it all out there for being a movie star, for the Hollywood system, for the movies. And there's not many true movie stars out there like that. Tom Cruise is one of the last Mohicans, and God bless his heart and soul for it, man. I kind of almost want him to be doing these type of movies well into his 80s, because if he can pull it off, and if they're still half as entertaining as what these movies are now, I'll be there in the movie theater, man. I'll watch this shit. I mean, I'll be fearful he's going to be dying on screen, but I'll watch this shit. And these Mission Impossible movies, man, they just keep getting better and better and better. And you got to admit, Fallout was fucking awesome, man. Come on, dude. The whole Henry Cavill bathroom fight, seriously? That was fucking epic, man. That was so good, dude. I love the chase scenes and the thrills and the espionage. So fucking fantastic, man. I cannot wait to watch the new Mission Impossible movies. They're just appointment viewing at this point. They're just so action-packed and such a big blockbuster Hollywood spectacle that you just can't miss it, man. They're just that damn good. And even when you think they can't up the ante anymore, they prove you wrong in the most glorious ways possible. So fantastic, man. So good. I picked up 1 and 2, and I might just have to pick up the rest. Maybe, kinda, sorta. Possibilities, man. Possibilities indeed. But you gotta admit, Mission Impossible 6 is one of the best of them. Just saying, man. Not bad, baby. Not bad indeed, with a little bit of MI love. But, hey, not everybody is into action. I freely admit that. What about a little bit of old women love? Hey, they deserve the appreciation too in book club. The next chapter, yes, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $36 for a nice little trip with these old school ladies. I consider that a bargain. Oh, yes, I do, man. Not bad. And you know what? I love a good chick flick, man. I do. I'll freely admit it. I'm not afraid to do it, man. I love that shit. And I think for me, as an old school movie lover, growing up, I was exposed to so many things. Yes, I was exposed to horror and action and sci-fi and all that stuff, but I was also introduced to a lot of chick flicks through my mother mostly. But I was able to appreciate it all. And yes, even though it's not incredibly crazy exciting, and Lord knows there's more tearjerkers than actually thrills, but it can still be just as unique and just as entertaining in a different type of way, man. And book club is definitely one of them. And I put it up there with some really great movies that I've loved over the years, man. Movies like Now and Then with Christina Ricci and Demi Moore, which is so great. Waiting to Exhale with Angela Bassett, which is fan-fucking-tastic. I love that movie so much. That's really great. Of course, a movie like Steel Magnolias. Oh my God. Steel Magnolias is great. One of my mother's favorite movies, man. I grew up watching that. Loved it. Dolly Parton, Sally Field, Julia Roberts. The cast is incredible. Even Tom Skerritt, Shirley MacLaine. So awesome. That is an entertaining old school chick flick that I really, really dig. Of course, I've got to talk about Terms of Endearment. Man, that is a tearjerker. Bring tissues with you because you are going to need it, man. I watched that old school VHS style So good. Stuck with me for years. And even the sequel, The Evening Star, with Shirley MacLaine as well, very much an emotional sequel to the first film, where she's much older and she's still grieving over the death of her daughter and trying to raise her daughter's kids and trying to find love in this late stage of her life. It's really fantastic, and I actually did cry at that movie too, man. Seriously, I really did, man. It's really, really fantastic. But I think one of the even better ones is Beaches. Oh my god, man. Oh, dude. Bette Midler? Seriously? I think it's from like 1988, somewhere around there. But man, that is one of my mother's ultimate favorite movies, hands down, of all time. Every single time she watches that, she cries her eyes out. And I'm not gonna lie, I kinda do too. It's really an emotional roller coaster. It's incredibly entertaining, it's heartfelt, it's heartwarming, it's funny, and man, is it sad all at the same time. It's really, really good. So yeah, I like a good chick flick, okay? So sue me. Alright, I really do, man. And it's something about these type of movies and seeing these old school actresses together and the heartfelt journeys that they go on, they kind of get me, man. They're nice little movies to watch, to just enjoy with my own mother and enjoy these old school actresses that I've seen in so many things. I've loved them so much over the years. I mean, Candace Bergen, shows like Murphy Brown, Jane Fonda, the old school movies she did, Diane Keaton back in the day. I mean, the Godfather series and the Woody Allen stuff she did, Annie Hall, you name it, Mary Steenburgen, movies like Parenthood and Back to the Future Part 3. I mean, my God, man, I've grown up with these ladies and their movies, and I love them. I truly do. And this movie was really entertaining, and it was funny, and it was quirky, and it kind of brought a tear to my eye, and I like these movies. And, you know, I know that I'm kind of losing my man card a little bit, even admitting this to you guys, but look, I don't care, man. I love these movies, for good or bad, whatever it's worth. These are still my jam. Just as much as I love horror or action or anything like that, I still really love a good chick flick, if it's done right. There's some that are not that good, but when they definitely hit, they hit pretty damn well. Book Club might not be the most entertaining movie of all time, and Lord knows these chicks are kind of past their prime, but every now and again, they still can pack a punch, and Book Club definitely proves it. Oh, yes it does. Haha, man, okay. Look, maybe you won't admit it along with me that you like chick flicks. Fair enough, you want to keep your man cred. I get it. I'll give you a pass, but you got to admit that they can be really entertaining, and at times it can even give you a life lesson or two at the end of the day. And when these ladies are gone, when they are no longer here to entertain us, we're going to look back at movies like Book Club and really appreciate them and appreciate their talent and the charm and charisma that they had on screen. And it's movies like Book Club that prove that even if you're old, even if you're not in your prime anymore, you can still make a damn good movie. And Book Club, not only will you laugh, not only will you cry, but you may just be entertained in the process. And for an old school movie lover like myself, that's all I'm really asking for. Growing up isn't easy, and if you're Margaret, it's tougher than most. Indeed it is, and are you there, God? It's me, Margaret. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. A little bit of coming of age goodness. I think that's a bargain. Indeed I do, man. And speaking of coming of age love, now, when I was at Walmart, I was talking about how a lot of coming of age movies are very much boys entries, right? I mean, you think about movies like Stand By Me, for instance, and a lot of other ones out there. They definitely cater more towards the male crowd than the female crowd, but every now and again there is a little bit of female growing up goodness that tends to get out into the ether a bit. And more than you might think. I mean, there's movies like Juno, a little bit of Ellen Page love, which is not bad, pretty decent. Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, which is not really my jam, but somebody likes it. Why not? Of course, Now and Then, that I mentioned earlier as a chick flick, but also a good little coming of age, girl drama love fest. That's not bad either. The Edge of 17. Oh, with Woody Harrelson, that's a great movie, man. The Edge of 17 is fantastic. I love that movie. So good. Lady Bird is another one that's not half bad. I definitely dig that. Of course, gotta say 16 Candles. Come on, Molly Ringwald. Oh, John Hughes definitely is good when it comes to a little bit of teenage coming of age goodness, isn't he? Yeah, he is. He does it pretty damn well, man. And 16 Candles is one of the best. I mean, come on, so many great iconic characters. Anthony Michael Hall, the Donger. Oh, it's so great, man. Still great to this day, man. It's still incredibly entertaining, funny, and heartfelt all at the same time. It definitely is a triple threat. That is for a damn sure. Then again, there is ones that are far more tearjerkers, incredibly impactful than you might imagine, like My Girl from 1991. Whew, man, do you remember that one? That is such a great movie. I mean, yes, it's funny, it's got some heartfelt, heartwarming moments, really great charm, but damn, does it get the waterworks going. You know, the whole Macaulay Culkin thing. If you know, you know. Yeah, seriously, it was very impactful. Hell, I was crying, man. And that shit really got me when I was younger, man. It really did. Of course, you can look at a movie like The Virgin Suicides. Man, The Virgin Suicide is dark. And it's grim at times, but it's kind of what teens go through at moments in their lives. And it's very eye-opening, but damn, does it make an impact on you. Even a movie like 13. 13 is phenomenal, and it is really dark and a very twisted tale of teenage life and friends that you get and how they influence you in really pretty deep and disturbing things. Yeah, man, it's rough, but damn, is it emotional, and damn, does it get to you. Or even a movie like Kids. Okay, so Kids isn't really a, girl coming of age movie. Kind of, sort of, but it's the dangers of it and the dangers of growing up and how you can be manipulated. Yeah, man. I mean, look, there's movies that are a little bit more whimsical, a little bit more lighthearted, and there's ones that definitely take a more darker, edgier turn. But regardless, there's some really great ones out there worth diving into, and I think Are You There, Goddess Me Margaret is another one of those. I really do think it is, man. It's got all of the charm, the quirky, oddball sensibilities, the weird situations that teenage girls get into as they get older, things that you can definitely relate to that I think people will really gravitate to. Not only that, but it's humorous, it's heartfelt, it has really great messaging about paving your own path as you get older, and the fact that you have to learn lessons on your own, that sometimes, yes, a parent can only take you so far in your life, but you have to start to make up your own mind and make decisions that define who you are. And I love that type of stuff, man. It really is pretty well done. Is it for me necessarily? No, but I can appreciate it for people who will really like this movie and who will take a lot away from it. I don't know how the book is, but as far as I'm concerned, the movie is pretty damn solid, man. It's an emotional journey. It's a funny one. It's one that you connect with the characters, relate to, and even maybe shed a tear or two at the same time. Perhaps, maybe. And it's well worth doing it. It is indeed, man. The acting, the story, the characters, it's all pretty top notch. And yet another coming of age dramedy that definitely fits the bill. It does indeed. Not bad, man. Look at all those special features you get. Deleted scenes, featurettes, trailer. Not half bad, man. You know, not every coming of age story is created equal. Some are better than others, and others, quite frankly, don't really make the grade. Sometimes I'm always apprehensive about new ones coming into the ether because, quite honestly, there's so many classic ones from back in the day, it's hard to break out. But this one, I think it stands pretty well. I do indeed, and well worthy for little girls growing up and relating to a situation that sometimes other people don't really understand or get. Hey, coming of age films is for everybody. It's not just for boys. It's for the girls too. Indeed it is. Not bad, and not bad for the physical media love. Look at this. It is awesome. So fantastic. Barnes & Noble is definitely doing it. I'm liking what I'm seeing. But is there anything else? Indeed there is. Like Criterion Gold? There is, because lest we forget, 'tis the month for 50% off. Yes, not bad. Look at this. Barnes & Noble is definitely supplying all of the Criterion appreciation. Now, actually, they used to have a larger section because they have this, and on the other side, they used to have more Criterions over here, and they got rid of the back section and put all these $4.99 DVDs, which, hey, not bad. Good little deal, but they lost some of the Criterion section. Why? Oh man. Well, hey, at least there's more movies, and that can never be a bad thing. And there's still some Criterion appreciation over here as well. So, hey, as long as there's still a good selection of the Criterion goodies, I'm definitely a happy man. Oh yes, and 50% off. We all wait for this sale. Let's be real. We all do, man. We love a good deal, and Criterions are definitely worth it, man. And there's so many good ones. I mean, Uncut Gems is fantastic. I do already own the Blu-ray, but I'm kind of thinking maybe not this sale, but in a future sale, I definitely want to pick up Uncut Gems. Vampire is great. Wall-E for 50% off. That's a great deal. Love Wall-E. The Watermelon Woman, this was a new one. I don't really know much about this one. Looks kind of interesting. 1996, huh? That looks interesting. Then Wings of Desire, Y2 Mama Tombian, really fantastic. Targets, True Stories, Thelma and Louise Love. Ooh, that might have to be a pickup. That might just have to be. I told you guys I really want that one. That might have to be Triangle of Sadness. Yeah, if you remember me talking about that, even 50% off, that's just too goddamn high. No way, man. Terry Gilliam love. I love me a good Terry Gilliam movie. Time Bandits is really fantastic. I love that. Not only does Criterion have that, but Arrow does as well. So either way, you're getting a good edition, man. Not bad. Repo Man's fantastic. Love that. Scanners. Come on, David Cronenberg, one of his best. Love that. Seven Seal. Ooh, Tootsie. Love this movie, man. Great comedy film with Dustin Hoffman. Ooh, Silence of the Lambs. I own this edition. I love this. There's another release by Kino Lorber of Silence of the Lambs. I actually own both, but such a great movie, man. Love that. Hannibal Lecter. Come on, man. Love that. Of course, you got... Ooh, yes, Power of the Dog. This wasn't a bad movie. It was alright. I kind of enjoyed it, man. 50% off. If you like a good little Western drama, it's not bad. And On the Waterfront, classic. Love that one. The piano's pretty good. John Waters, come on. Punch Drunk Love. Adam Sandler, serious Adam Sandler, really good. Pink Flamingos. I already bought Pink Flamingos in a previous sale, and I love this movie, man. One of my favorite John Waters movies of all time. Is it messed up? Is it weird? Is it gross? Yes. But I fucking love it. I really do, man. Ooh, Night of the Hunter. Yeah, love this movie. Of course, I have the Kino Lorber release, but... little bit Criterion, Robert Mitchum. That's not bad, man. I like that. Notorious, Night of the Living Dead. The fact that this got a Criterion is fucking awesome to me. I love this. Of course, I already have it, but if you don't, Love Zombies, Fana Romero, Gots to be in your collection, man. 50% off. So good, dude. So fantastic. My Own Private Idaho with Keanu is great. I love that movie. Fantastic. Mulholland Drive. Any Lynch is good Lynch. Can't always say it makes sense, but damn, do I find it entertaining as hell, man. God, I really do, dude. Ooh, they even got Miller's Crossing, which is fantastic. I love this movie. I don't have this actually in the collection, crazy enough. That may have to be a future pickup at some point. Maybe. Joel, anything going? Come on, man. Malcolm X, of course, this is a fantastic movie. Denzel's amazing in this. I already own it, but 50% off. I'm telling you, man. Not bad. Ooh, Moonstruck is great, too. One of my mother's favorite movies of all time, and probably, dare I say, the best Cher movie ever. I don't know, The Witches of Eastwick is pretty good too, but goddamn, I love Moonstruck. So good. Memories of Murder, which is great. This was a recommendation from one of my subscribers, and I picked it up just out of a blind buy. It was so good, man. Really dug that one a lot. Lost Highway is some more really great David Lynch. Love that. The Last Waltz, great documentary. That's a really good one too. Really dig that. Ooh, The Life Aquatic. My favorite Wes Anderson movie of all time. I don't know why. I mean, Wes Anderson has really fantastic movies. I love a lot of his quirky sensibility. But this one with Bill Murray, for some reason, it's my favorite one. I love the jokes. I love the characters, the quirky personalities. This one just outdoes them all. Everyone has their favorites. This just happens to be mine. But my second favorite, though, is Rushmore. Man, Rushmore is fantastic, dude. For a while, it was my number one until The Life Aquatic came into my life, man. But so good. Of course, come on. Raging Bull, Little De Niro. You can never beat that. Never. So good, man. I love that. That's fantastic. Oh, man. God, I love this sale. The Last Temptation of Christ. More Scorsese love. Can't say I really am the most ambitious biblical guy ever when it comes to watching this type of stuff, but this wasn't a half bad movie. On the lesser end of my Martin Scorsese list, but it's still really good. And come on, Willem Dafoe's great in this, though. It's pretty solid, man. In the Heat of the Night, great addition. Of course, Kino Lorber also had another addition, but this is a really solid one too. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. One of the best 80s comedies of all time. And I'm still on the fence of whether I'm going to buy this for Criterion. I keep hearing rumors that there's going to be a 4K release at some point. I don't know, man, whether I should just get the Criterion or just hold off. I mean, it's not like the 50% off sale is going away anytime soon, so I can kind of hold off, but damn, is it tempting, man. It really honestly is. So good. Of course, The Fisher King, Robin Williams, such a great Terry Gilliam movie. Love that one. It's great. Eve's Bayou is a great movie. Eraserhead, more Lynch love. That can't be beat. Ooh, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Probably my favorite Terry Gilliam movie of all time. It's either between this or 12 Monkeys, depending on my mood, but man, I love this. This is a great adaptation of the Hunter S. Thompson material, man. Johnny Depp is so good here. Benicio del Toro is great. Man, it is just a madcap movie, but so goddamn entertaining, man. I love that flick. Of course, I already own it. Fantastic Mr. Fox is a great. Flight of the Phoenix is awesome. Ghost Dog. Eventually, I'm going to have to buy this as well. I love Ghost Dog, man. That is a fantastic movie, man. Forrest Whitaker is fucking awesome here. Eventually, one of these days, I'm going to buy it. I don't know whether it's this sale, but I could hold off, man. But eventually, it's going in the collection, man. Awesome movie. Awesome. Great Escape is fantastic. Love the Grand Budapest Hotel. Grand Budapest is probably my third favorite Wes Anderson. Sometimes it could go for number 2, but it's pretty solid. I really like that one a lot, man. Do the Right Thing. Love Spike Lee. Citizen Kane. Classic. Probably one of the best classic films that Criterion has. And by all means, it is definitely worth watching. If you are a movie lover of any kind, this has to be watch and experience. No doubt about it. Double Indemnity, Dazed and Confused, Blood Simple. Oh, I love me a little bit of Joel and Ethan Coen. That's for damn sure. That's pretty damn solid indeed. I love that. Oh, Blowout. De Palma, come on. Love that shit. 12 Angry Men. Ah, Baron Munchausen. Can't be beat. You gotta love Baron Munchausen. Oh, yeah, great stuff. Oh, Cooley High. Almost forgot about this one. I may have to pick this up for the sale because I've been meaning to want to check this one out. So that one I might have to pick up too. Being John Malkovich. Man, this is an awesome movie, man. What a weird and odd flick, man. But, dude, I love Malkovich in here. All the crazy oddity shit that they do inside his head. Oh, man. It's ridiculous, but damn, is it entertaining. I love that shit, dude. Damn, they got so much great stuff, man. They really do. On top of, oh, by the way, one that I have been highly anticipating, waiting for, and to see it get Criterion love, that is pretty damn sweet. After Hours. Oh, man, more Martin Scorsese Criterion love. Can't be beat. This movie. Oh, man, I watched this years ago, back in the old school days. VHS, DVD, you name it, man. God, this is so good, dude. This is a really fantastic dark comedy where every situation is going horribly wrong. And, man, it just gets worse and worse and worse for him, man. All he wants to do is try to hook up with this chick. And it goes insane every step of the way, man. Simple hookups, man. They can never go like you want it to. Maybe you should just keep it in your pants, Griffin Dunn. Probably for the best. Probably for the best indeed, man. Damn, you know, I love Scorsese. And when you think of Scorsese, you think of gangster. You think of Goodfellas. You think of Casino. You think of Mean Street, you think of Raging Bull, man, but he is so much more than that, and he's done so many amazing movies, whether it's The King of Comedy or something like The Last Temptation of Christ, something even more recent as Silence with Liam Neeson and Andrew Garfield, man. I mean, he does more than just gangster stuff, but that is the more popular stuff, so people remember him for that. But he has really dived into so many different types of genres and really tackled so many different types of films. And After Hours is yet another one where just this crazy wild night of inhibition, desperation, surreal menace, man, of just the streets of Soho and how electrifying and dangerous it can all be. And he was so good directing this movie. And it was really him finding himself again as a director after King of Comedy flopped, and how he really needed to get back into the good graces of his peers and doing something that really brought him back to basics. After Hours is so great. Griffin Dunn is amazing here. Everybody is so fantastic acting wise. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's surreal and dangerous, and all of the seedy characters in between. It's so amazing, man. I've always loved After Hours, and the fact that we now have it in a physical media Criterion edition, that is fucking awesome, man. So good. If you have never checked out After Hours, do it, because you will not regret it. If you are a Scorsese lover, this definitely has to be on the list. That is for damn sure, man. That is awesome. This just might have to be a pickup. Just might indeed. Not bad. So fantastic. I mean, dude, I love Criterion. I can't say how much I love it enough, because, dude, just the great movies and titles that they put out, man. Some are more popular than others. Others are a little bit more offbeat, indie. They really go for a whole swath of different types of movies, but you got to appreciate it. And at 50% off, that definitely cannot be beat. That is fucking awesome, man. And of course, they have even more over here. They have Videodrome. I love Videodrome, man. One of my favorite Cronenbergs of all time. They have The Breakfast Club. John Hughes, man. Classic. just classic. I mean, they have great stuff. Devil in a Blue Dress, the Bruce Lee Greatest Hits box set. Oh, so cool. Hell, they even have a little bit of Jackie Chan love with Police Story and Police Story 2. Criterion, man, they definitely know what's up. They do it really damn well. They truly do. Not bad, man. We have all of the physical media love, the Criterion goodness, and so much more, man. Damn. Gotta love it this week. Barnes & Noble saved my ass in the biggest, baddest way, and I can't thank them enough. You gotta love physical media love when they have it in the most glorious of ways, and Barnes & Noble definitely does. Let's head out. Oh, thank you, Lord. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. We actually got the physical media love here, man. We got all the things I needed. Oh, and so much more. Oh, thank the Lord. I was giving up hope, baby. I was giving up hope in a big bad way. You have no idea. I was going to be like, why are you letting me down, Lord? Thankfully, came back in a big bad way. Thankfully, the physical media gods finally came by my side. After enough disappointment this week, I definitely needed it, man. Jesus. Barnes & Noble proves that if you're down and out, if you're feeling a little bit blue about the physical media love, you come in here, it brightens up your day just a little bit. Indeed it does. Thank the Lord for being in. I can't always say that, but this week, they're definitely a blessing. That's for damn sure. Not half bad for the love. I'll definitely take it, and I know you guys will as well. That's for damn sure. So, with all the goodies that we've seen, with all the great physical media love that we can appreciate here, I think that tops it off in a pleasant way. Before we take any more chances, how about we head home and finish the video? Wait! Hold up! Okay, look, I know that I said at Barnes & Noble that I didn't want to take any chances and let's just go home. Well, I never listen to my own goddamn advice. I really don't, because I said, shit, Target didn't have anything. The second Walmart didn't have anything. And I'm like, well, I want to see maybe if I can press my luck just one more time. And if I'm going to do it, it might as well be with little Beast Love. Oh, indeed it might. Oh, you've got to know where we are, baby. And that is none other than, yes, good old Best Buy, man. Best Buy. Back in action, baby. Or at least I hope they are. I hope they have some physical media goodies. I hope they have some good stuff worth showing off. I'm hoping indeed, because I need more luck on my side. That's for damn sure, man. It's nice to be back, but it'd be even nicer to see some physical media love. How about we go in and see what they got? All right, everybody, in at good old Best Buy. I don't get to say that much very often, so I love when I do. That's for damn sure. Now, they got a few things here and there. I mean, they got a little bit of Criterion 4K love. A little bit of 4K upgrade goodness for Dazed and Confused. I already have this release. I have the Blu-ray. Don't really need the 4K, but if you've never had this in your Criterion collection, you got to have it, man. It's such a great Richard Linklater movie. Quintessential for any Criterion collection, as far as I'm concerned, man. I already have my copy. If you don't have yours, look into it. Pretty goddamn good, man. The doom that came to Gotham, Bo is afraid. Gotta love a little Joaquin love, man. Hell, they even have all of the Avatar Way of Water goodness. Look at this, man. The DVDs, the Blu-rays, the 4Ks. Hell, they even have a little bit of Steely Love. Yeah, it's the Best Buy exclusive. Look at this bad boy. Nice, not bad. Well, I don't know, though. I mean, it's good. I mean, any good Steely Love is definitely worthy Steely Love, but I don't know if I'm really feeling the artwork all that much, though. I mean, are you guys? It doesn't look like many people are because, geez, there's still a shitload of copies here, man. Wow. I mean, The thing about it is, steelbooks are very in demand, but they're only really popular depending on the artwork. If people are really on board with the artwork and really love it, man, people will eat that shit up, dude. But it's gotta be artwork that is so phenomenal, so amazing, that you need to have it in your collection. I don't know if this really is that artwork necessarily. You know what I'm saying? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather have this artwork or this artwork more than I'd have this artwork. It's alright, it's not bad, but is it like standout amazing, you gotta have it artwork? I don't know, though. I mean, they could have done a hell of a lot better. Just saying, man. I like the movie, I really do, but when it comes to this steelbook, I'd kind of pass. Just saying, I mean, they got that, they got the Shazam love, ooh, they got Scream 6 goodness, yes, of course they do, why wouldn't they? I can't wait for Scream 7, and Scream 8, and Scream 9. You know we're getting it. They're just gonna basically milk this franchise until it's bone fucking dry. They really will, man. I can't wait for that shit. Like every other fucking horror franchise. Jesus Christ. You know I'm right, though. You know I am, man. And speaking of sucking a franchise dry, well, thus we have Jaws. Ah, yes, Jaws 2, baby. Did it. 40th anniversary of Jaws 2, man. God, you gotta love that artwork. That's great. Honey, you might want to be going a little faster on those water skis because he looks hungry. He really does, man. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, God, sharks. You bastards. Oh, man. You know what? I'll freely admit it. Jaws 2 is nowhere near as good as the first Jaws movie. Okay, that's just spitting facts, alright? Jaws is and will always be an instant classic of cinema. Jaws 2 is a step down, but does that mean it's bad? No, not necessarily. It just means that it's just not as good as the first movie, but actually there's still a lot to like about this. I really like a lot of the shark attack stuff. I still really like the characters, Sheriff Brody coming back. I still really like the whole beach terror, and I really like some of the horror stuff that they do in this. It's not nearly as good. You definitely see more of the shark than you do in the first film. It loses its effect a little bit, but that being said, I still think there's a lot of great thrills, a lot of great jump scares, a lot of really good horrific scenes with the shark. I think the shark is really effective in this movie. I think this is still a worthy sequel. Yeah, and after that, well, we get into the whole Jaws 3, Jaws 4, all this shit. Trust me when I tell you guys that after Jaws 2, it goes downhill in a major, major way. But Jaws 2 is still really good. Step down, yes, but still worthy, abso-fucking-lutely. Of course, they don't have the steely love, but hey, a little bit of anniversary slipcover goodness is never, and I mean never, a bad thing. Speaking of wanting some steelbook love, we got a little bit of Lord of War action. Nice. I've been hearing a lot about this steelbook, and seeing it in person, looks pretty sweet, man. Not bad. And actually, I gotta admit, this is a really great Nicolas Cage movie. It's not crazy, wild Nicolas Cage. Well, there is moments of that in the film, but it's just a really wild and just over-the-top story, true story at that, about this arms dealer and all the crazy deals and all the nasty and dangerous people he dealt with. It's very entertaining, man. It's really, really well done. I really dig this movie. Ethan Hawke is really great in this flick as well. Really solid. Ooh, I don't have the steely love, so this is definitely tempting. Maybe, I mean, for $21.99, that's a pretty goddamn good price for a little bit of Nicolas Cage love. Yes, definitely indeed, man. They've got that. They've got a little bit of Knock at the Cabin goodness. Even the steelbook appreciation. Actually, that's not a bad looking steelbook, all things considered. It's not really all that bad. The artwork is decent. I mean, It is better than this. It's not like the most standout steelbook you've ever seen, but it kind of does the trick. Unique. The movie's not all that great. Okay at best, but the artwork kind of stands out a bit. That's not bad. I mean, they have a little bit of Flashdance love. You guys know how much I love this steelbook, and I definitely had to pick it up. Damn glad it's in my collection. We've got the Disney 100s, New Hope, Return of the Jedi, Empire Strikes Back. Not the best artwork, man. A lot of these Disney 100 editions have been really kind of lackluster, man. I'm just being honest. It's not that they're terrible. They're not the worst steelbooks I've ever seen in my life. But then again, they certainly ain't the best. And if you're trying to attract people to want to buy your stuff, especially when they're paying $30 fucking dollars, you need better artwork than this. I'm just saying, for such a great series like Star Wars and we get crap like this, Disney needs to get their act together. Just saying, man. I mean, you got Jesus Revolution, you got the Italian Steelbook love. Interesting. Cool Hand Luke Steely, Dragon Slayer, Megan. You know, I heard a rumor that Megan is coming on 4K along with like Renfield and a lot of other stuff that just hit on Blu-ray and never got 4K releases. And I know a lot of people are pissed about that, man. I didn't pick up Megan, so maybe when the 4K comes out, I will get it, but I get it, man. You know, these releases come out from these studios, and they say nothing about a 4K, and you just assume that they're never going to make a 4K, and then when they actually announce it, you're kind of like, well, shit, man, I've already paid the fucking money for the Blu-ray, and now I've got to go out and pay the 4K price, too? Fuck that shit, dude. That's why I think sometimes I'm just okay with buying some of the Blu-ray shit because I'm sick of these games, dude. Like, people are being like, well, yeah, we'll announce the 4K months later when you've already bought the shit. I'm like, yeah, that's some shady crap, man. Just saying. I mean, if you haven't bought it, be lucky. But if you have, and you want the 4K, you're going to have to pony up the cash. Just saying, man. You definitely will be. Got a Black Panther love. And you know, here's the thing about the Black Panther stuff, especially with some of the steelbooks here. As I was talking about with Avatar, is the same concept, which is that some of this artwork doesn't really stand out. I mean, it's kind of okay. And I think as collectors, you want to have really great artwork in your collection. And when you see some of these releases, you're like, it doesn't really, I don't know, get you up in the morning, you know what I'm saying? It's just kind of uninspiring, and a lot of the Marvel steelbooks have kind of been like that. Some have been better than others that I've picked up in the past, but some of these ones, it kind of feels like they're just not even trying because they kind of feel like, oh, hey, well, you're going to buy it anyways because it's Marvel. And that's not always the case, man. You got to actually try with your shit. You actually got to put in an effort and make collectors want to buy it, want to pony up the cash, because if you're paying $37 for a steelbook plus tax, you want something that's going to be worth it. And I gotta be honest, this artwork just doesn't do it, man. I like the movie. The movie's awesome. I'm glad I own it, but there were other editions that were a hell of a lot better than the steelbook love. Just being truthful, man. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't help that Black Adam is right next to it, and the stench of Black Adam is sort of shifted onto Black Panther. So, The Rock will do that to you. It really will, man. Shit. Need some good stuff over here. Not bad. And even on the other side, oh, it's looking a little bit sweeter. Look at that, man. Oh, the MI love, man. Yes. Mission Impossible, Mission Impossible 2, Mission Impossible 3, Mission Impossible 4, Mission Impossible 5, and Mission Impossible 6. Yes. Can you stand all of the Tom Cruise action spectacle? I know you can't handle it, and neither can I. Oh, man, yes. All of them in one stop shop. Not bad, baby. It's nice to see that they also have Part 5, considering that we saw Part 6 over at Barnes & Noble's, but not exactly Part 5. But I'm liking this artwork, man. I've told you guys before that this artwork has been really cool, and I've really liked it, and I think it's really stand out, and it really is kind of unique, and I just love it. It just makes it very colorful, and it just pops, and it's so cool, man. I just really love it. And so Yeah, I've had to pick this stuff up, man. I just have because it's just been too good not to. I'm telling you. And the prices are not bad. I mean, $25 is actually a really solid price for a really great 4K steelbook. So, like I've been saying, man, I've been holding off on these Mission Impossibles, and I've finally been buying them, man. Can you really blame me with the new movie coming and with all the hype and it's such a great action franchise. I gotta have it in the collection. So, yeah, slowly but surely I've been buying them, and trust me, I'll be picking up more. Just saying. I will indeed, man. They got that. They got the good old vacation Chevy goodness. Not bad on that. 65. Even some Nazi hunting. Yes. And the steelbook of Sisu as well. Look at this. I've heard of this steelbook. I've seen pictures of it, but now seeing it in person, that's pretty cool, man. Look at that. I love what the knife is going right into the Nazi's head. Oh, it's so great. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool, man. $32, not bad price for a steelbook. Not bad at all, especially with like the slipcover to it. I like some of these creative steelbooks, man. They're not bad, and this is pretty unique, dude. And the movie is pretty kick-ass and has some really great kills and some badass moments. So I can't blame you for picking up some Nazi hunter goodness, man. Hey, I've said before, anytime the Nazis are getting killed, I consider it a good-ass time. Oh, you bet your ass I do. Not bad. We got Creed. We got Rebel Without a Cause. Oh, love that movie, man. Classic. Any movie lover worth their weight in gold needs to watch that. Essential viewing, no doubt. Highlander, Pulp Fiction. Ooh, they still have a little bit more of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre as well. This is a great steelbook. I definitely love this. Lord knows there's been so many releases of Texas Chainsaw Massacre over the years, so many different collector's editions, steelbooks, you name it. One more to add to the pile ain't half bad, just saying, man. Of course, how can I forget more Marvel love with Ant-Man, the Wasp, Quantumania, the Steely, for $39. But I gotta admit, is this really worth $39 though? I remember when they were releasing the artwork for the new editions that was coming out for Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I was feeling a little bit lackluster on the artwork. I'm like, it's not terrible, it's okay, but it doesn't stand out to me. It doesn't make me want to buy it. I mean, as I've said to you guys, I like the movie. I really do. I think it's fun, incredibly entertaining, humorous, love the effects. Where most people didn't, I happen to like it. Don't dogpile on me, folks. Alright? But I don't know, man. Like, I like the artwork on this a hell of a lot better than this, man. And something tells me that, I don't know, studios are lacking in quality, not wanting to put the effort into some of the steelbooks. I don't really know what it is. Where something like this is really cool, or the Mission Impossible ones really stand out, this feels just kind of there. Doesn't really leave much of an impression on me, and it doesn't really make me like, ooh, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. It just kind of feels like, oh, okay, it's just like character profiles. Okay. Really, you can't do anything better? Bueller? Okay, fair enough, man. If you're not, then why even make a steelbook? If you're not willing to try, then what's the fucking point, Dan? I'm not paying $39, and I don't think many of you did as well. I like the movie, but the steelbook is a definite no-go for me. I mean, they also have a little bit of Batman love, Jurassic World Dominion. I mean, they got some good stuff, actually, here. Not bad, I mean, not crazy plentiful, but it kind of does the trick. Wonder if there's anything else, though. And indeed there is. Oh, yes, more releases? Don't mind if I do. I mean, we got a little bit of Knights of the Zodiac, for what it's worth. Oh, man. You know, just try not to adapt animes into live action. It's been kind of a rough go of it, hasn't it? With movies like Avatar: The Last Airbender, or even Cowboy Bebop, where the Netflix adaptation, even though it has some cool moments to it, definitely not even close came to the anime stuff, and kind of turned out to be an embarrassment. and not of riches. Yeah, you know, when you do anime, it's a certain style, it's a certain sensibility. You can do some crazy, wild things. And when you have to put it in the context of actual human beings and filming this stuff and the limitations of that, there's something that is lost in translation. Like I said, this movie isn't terrible, it's average, it's okay, but when compared to the anime, something tells me that's not even close. Better luck next time. I hope they just learn their lessons and stop, but I kind of highly doubt that. I do indeed, man. Really? Jeez. They have more of the Avatar, they have The Covenant, which is, again, such a great fucking movie, man. I love The Covenant. Great flick, man. Well worth watching for any war movie lover. So good. George Foreman, total pass. Hell, they even have the 4K of Mallrats. Oh, nice. Love that. Wonder, Renfield, Mafia. Mamma Mia. God. Louise, People Under the Stairs, Baby Ruby, Skyline. My God, this movie is one of the worst science fiction films that I have ever seen in my life. Trust me, I watched it in the movie theater with Bob. We both suffered. Okay, we really did, man. God, they got Last Dance, they got Cocaine Bear, and I was even noticing they got a little bit of House of a Thousand Corpses. Steely, oh, you don't say. Look at this. Oh, nice, man. Oh, that is sweet. I mean, last time I was here, I don't think they had the Steelbook. I think Steelbook was out, so they got a copy or two in. Nice. Oh, look at that. That's great. I gotta admit, though, man, I still like the other bigger box edition. Like, it's not bad. I love Dr. Satan. I love all that shit, but come on, man. The bigger box is so much better. I mean, I don't mind this steely. I don't mind the actual artwork to it. It is cool, but the box is just a little bit cooler. Just saying, man. But I love the movie, though. House of a Thousand Corpses is one of Rob Zombie's best films, hands down. It's either one or two, depending on the mood. Obviously, the one that comes closest to it is Devil's Rejects, so depending, but still. House of a Thousand Corpses, so good, man. I mean, come on, Otis, baby, Captain motherfucking Spaulding, Dr. Satan. Hell, a young Rainn Wilson was in this. Man. Long before the days of Dwight motherfucking Schrute. That's for damn sure, man. Nice. And they got The Haunting of Julia. They got The Training Day 4K, Top Gun Maverick, Maltese Falcon, another classic that people should be watching. Ooh, they even got the Carrie one. I love the Carrie Steelbook. That's so good, man. Got some Star Trek love. Ooh, Ladies of Book Club. Nice. Evil Dead Rise. Some of the 4Ks of the Indiana Jones. I think I'll pass. Just saying. Ooh, the Rain Man 4K. Oh, that's cool. Nice. I mean, I've already picked it up, but again, for any movie lover, this is well worth buying. And for $25, 4K, old school classic Tom Cruise, that's worth it. I'm just saying, man. They've got more Star Trek. They've got a whole bunch of the Disney 100s, man. And again, they just feel so uninspired. They really do, dude. I mean, if you're going to go out and have the 100 years of Disney, you want to do something spectacular, amazing, something that really stands out amongst the crowd that collectors of Disney and hardcore fans of physical media want to buy. And this ain't it, man. I'm just saying, like, whoever came up with this stuff, whoever ended up thinking this was a good idea, I hope they got their pink slip. I'm just saying, man. I hope they did indeed. Yeah, not very good at all, dude. Just spitting facts, man. I mean, they got more 4K goodness, a ton of really great releases. Love Crouching Tiger, Casino, Casablanca, Dragonheart, come on. The Fog, which is such a really great Scream Factory Steelbook, man. Look at this. Jesus, that's great artwork. I love that. That is so good. I mean, they have the Paranorman, they have the Men in Black one, which is still a great release. I like the artwork on there. Thor: Love and Thunder. Jeez. Hell, they've even got the 4K of Wayne's World, Reservoir Dogs, Streets of Fire, which is a really, really great movie. Love this movie so much, man. I think this is great. Rick Moranis is awesome here. Diane Lane is great. Oh, so amazing. Michael Pear is awesome here. Yeah, it's a really solid movie, man. I love this flick. If you never watched it, highly recommend that. That's a really good one, too. And, of course, they have some box sets as well. 30 Rock, Community, Dawson's Creek. Who doesn't love that shit? Planet of the Apes, Mission Impossible box set. But if you're not buying the Steelbook, I would honestly say stay away from box sets right now, because there's going to be more box sets coming down the line, and no need to buy the old one if a new one is coming, unless you don't like the newer movies, which, why wouldn't you? I mean, come on, they're awesome. Just saying, man. I'll be honest with you, some box sets are really well worth it, and some you gotta watch out for, like John Wick, right? There's another movie. This one is kind of pointless, obsolete now. Even the Expendables one. There's another Expendables movie coming. So what's really the point of getting this, unless you only want 1, 2, and 3, which, fair enough. I can't quite say I blame you. But yeah, you gotta sometimes know when a box set is worth it and when it's not. And trust me, I've learned that lesson over the years many times, buying box sets and having to rebuy it because new editions came out or new movies. So yeah, as a collector, box sets are a huge, huge conundrum. Know what you're getting into, just put it that way. And of course, even more Steelbook love. Black Panther, geez, Space Jam: A New Legacy. I swear to God, they cannot get rid of this motherfucker. I mean, they even knocked it down to $16, and still nobody's buying the shit. Let me tell you something. When it comes to Five Below, I still ain't buying the shit. Just saying, man. I mean, they got Lightyear, Black Adam, Catwoman Hunted, Mortal Kombat, Air Force One, Midnight Run. Nice. Not a crazy amount of stuff, but decent quality here, man. Some really good releases here and there, depending on what you're looking for. Best Buy always has some unique stuff, and this trip was definitely the same. Not bad for a little bit of Beast love, and I like coming in here every now and again to just check it all out. Damn glad that I did. Let's head out. Well, the gamble seemed to have paid off. Well, kinda, sorta. They didn't have a crazy amount of physical media love here, but they did have enough where it satisfied the urge, put it that way, man. I have had a rough time here, man. Only 2 out of the 4 places had physical media love, and I was like, okay, I need to go someplace else to get my physical media fix, so I might as well drive an hour out of my way to do that. And oh, by the way, I might actually pick up a few things as well. So all in all, the trip will be worth it. It's just nice to come into Best Buy every now and again and be reminded why I used to love coming into Best Buy and checking out all the physical media goodness and the exclusives and the cool artwork and the great editions. It's not like it used to be, but I can still at least find some usefulness to come into Best Buy. Lord knows that Best Buy will eventually probably get rid of all their physical media at all their stores, and it'll be bone dry, but I can still appreciate it while I still have it for what it's worth, man. And I do, trust me. Not every time, not every week, sometimes not even every month, but when I come down here, it's special, and I appreciate it, and I love it, and I know you guys do as well. So it was nice to see a little bit more physical media on the shelves, a little bit more appreciation for my eyeballs, and hopefully you dug it too. Not bad. So now we are officially done. I saw more physical media. I'm a happy camper. So now we can head home and finish the video. All right, everybody. That'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD out and about video this week. And speaking of this week, oh man, rough? Yeah, that's an understatement. Oh, jeez. Boy, is it now. Look, you gotta understand here, man. I'm going into Walmart. I see all the bonanza of physical media, all of the titles, man. So much to show off and talk about. I'm like, yes, this is how you start off a video, motherfucker. Like, I'm feeling good, right? And so I'm going into Target, man. I'm like, okay, the good vibes are just gonna keep on rolling. And then I go in, and I look what they have, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what the hell is this? Oh man, that was a true shocker. I didn't even know what to think. It just really just malfunctioned my mind. And then I'm like, okay, well, we're going from bad vibes to even worse vibes because I'm going into the second Walmart, realizing that most likely they won't have anything. But hey, I'm never hopeful optimist. But then again, look where that got me. So I'm like, oh man, I am feeling all kinds of desperate. And I'm like, something's got to give here. And thankfully, Barnes & Nobles came through. They showed off the physical media goodies. They actually had the appreciation. Thank the Lord. Damn, I needed it. But I thought, look, I can't quite end it there. I could, but I want a little bit more physical media goodness. So I traveled an hour out of my way just so I can show off some more media, not only for myself, but for you guys too. I just needed it. Just a little bit more to keep my sanity. Some way, somehow, man. It was a journey. Rough, yes, but worth it in the end? Sure, why the hell not? This just goes to show you guys that the stores are unpredictable. One store can have so much physical media that, wow, there's so many great releases this week, so many wonderful titles, amazing. And then the next place can have zippity-doo-dah. And so it really is going into every store and experiencing what everyone has to offer, good, bad, indifferent, rather ugly. It's all out there, man. So I'm always telling you guys, you never know what you're going to walk into unless you go in and experience it for yourself. And this week definitely proves it, man. There is a lot of great titles out there in the ether. Hopefully you picked up something good. If you can find it, depending on where you go, definitely let me know, guys. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I picked up a lot, man. This is going to be another huge mega haul, man. And I swear to God, it's not like I'm going out of my way to buy a shit ton of stuff, but if I like the stuff, yeah, I'm kind of going to buy it, man. So, oh boy, there's a lot of great stuff and a lot of worthy things to add to the collection. So, without further ado, let's dive in, man. And, you know, I gotta start here because I've been telling you guys that I was gonna buy these, and if I didn't, I think you guys would have killed me. So, it's nice to add a little bit of Tom Cruise love to the collection, more Tom Cruise love, and, well, these steelbooks with this franchise, oh, I think it's well worth it. Oh, yes, last time I showed off 1 and 2, but now, oh, I got a hell of a lot more. I got Mission Impossible 3. Okay. I got Mission Impossible 4, Ghost Protocol. We ain't done yet. Because I got Mission Impossible 5, Rogue Nation. And to top it all off, because, you know, gotta complete the set, I got Mission Impossible 6, Fallout. Oh, yeah, look at these, man. This is awesome. Wow, this is cool. Look at all the steely love. Oh, this is so great, man. And you want to know what, guys? I love these movies. And I love the progression of the series and how more crazier and insane and over the top and even more action spectacle every single installment got, man. And every single time the stunts are getting just more outrageous and Tom Cruise is just putting his body on the line even more. And you just can't wait to see what he's going to be doing next. And he never disappoints. This series never disappoints. The characters never do. The action scenes, it's just awesome and it's phenomenal. And I've loved this series since movie 1, and it has not disappointed me since. I love it. Yeah, there's certain ones that are a little bit better than others. Sure, why not? You know, we're always going to pick and choose the best and the worst. But generally, this is a solid series, man. 6 movies deep, and it's still pretty goddamn good. And I cannot wait to see where the series goes. I mean, the fact that Tom Cruise says he's going to be doing this maybe till he's 80 kind of worries me, but also kind of excites me because as an 80-year-old, I think it'll be more exciting seeing him as an 80-year-old than me as a 40-year-old. So, Tom Cruise action hero at 80, well, he may need a hip replacement or two, but as long as he can pull off the mission, I think I'll keep on watching. I will indeed, man. Now I've got them all. I've got 1 through 6. I've got all of the steely love. And now I'm just kind of hoping that whatever else they release, it'll be the same type of artwork. Because if it's not, I'm going to be really, really pissed. I'm just saying, man. I bought all of these. And if they can't keep the artwork going, we're going to have some issues. All right, we really are, man. But it's nice to see the steely love. It's nice to get more Steelbook goodness in the collection. And having all of the Mission Impossible films, I've been wanting them for a long time. And I think I picked a good time to pick them up. Just saying, man. But that's not all, because I may have gotten some more Steelbook goodness. Well, when I was at Best Buy, I showed you guys the 45th anniversary of Jaws 2, man. And they had the slipcover edition. The slipcover edition looked great, man. It looked fucking awesome. And I noticed that there was no steelbooks right next to it, which kind of bummed me out. But I was like, hey, it's going to be a popular title, and I get it. It's going to sell out, right? And I showed off all of the physical media areas that I saw when I was filming there. But then I didn't realize that on a certain side section, there was more physical media, more 4Ks. And I just happened to have lucked out. Because, lo and behold, I was looking, and there was one copy that was sitting there. And I'm like, it's rather lonely. Maybe you should come home with me. And indeed it did. Because if you're going to pick up some Jaws love, you pick it up Steelbook style. In Jaws 2, baby. Look at that. That's great artwork, man. Come on. That's cool. Literally, it's almost like the reverse image of literally seeing inside of the Jaws in his mouth, and like the girl like water skiing in the behind of her, man. It's so cool. Look at that. Oh, it's so great. And on the backside, did it. Oh, so great, man. Oh, that is so cool. And on the inside, oh, so awesome, man. That's fucking phenomenal. Like I said, dude, I really do like this movie, and it is a solid sequel. Yes, lesser than the first film, obvious, of course it is, but still a worthy one within the series, I would say. And look, sharks are hugely popular. Shark Week is one of the most popular things every single year. People are fascinated and terrified of sharks, and it's the mystery and it's the unknown of the idea that some sharks are very friendly and other sharks are very mean-spirited and ready to kill you at the drop of a hat. You never quite know. And I think it's that fear that really gets to you. The idea that you can be in the water, you could be having fun, innocent, and the next thing you know, bam, you're dead. And that is nightmare fuel, man. That truly is nightmare fuel. And Jaws has always remained that for so many people. And I think it's because of the stories. I think it's because of the characters. I think it's how they really made the shark really this terrifying threat that never really went away. Even when you thought you were safe, you never were really safe. And I think these films do it pretty goddamn well, man. And I've always really loved them, and this one is no exception. I haven't watched Jaws 2 in a really, really long time, man. It's been long ass since I've watched it. So I think a revisit is definitely in order. And Steelbook style, I think that's worth it. I do indeed, man. Getting my hands on a little steely love for Jaws. Not half bad, man. Not half bad at all. I'm digging this, man. I really am, dude. Lord knows I'm not going to buy Jaws 3, and Lord knows I'm not going to buy Jaws 4. Jaws 2 is where it stops for me, to be perfectly honest with you. But, hey, I got Jaws. I now got Jaws 2. That's all I ever really need. Just saying, man. If you've never seen Jaws 2, be prepared for very entertaining and wild ride. Oh, absolutely, baby. Not bad. Look at that. Jaws 2 Steely Love. Hey, sometimes you just luck out. I think I deserve it this week, guys. But that's not all, because when I was at Best Buy, in that same section, I noticed that they also ended up having a little bit of Scream Factory love, 4K style, and I was like, oh my god, I knew this was coming out. I didn't think Best Buy was going to have it, but then again, well, can you blame me? I didn't really see it at Best Buy until I had turned around that corner and there it was. But sometimes it's worth it to be looking around, because when you find some good Scream Factory 4K upgrade love, you pick it up, and this one definitely deserves it. Because sometimes a little bit of science fiction action badassness is always worth upgrading for with Upgrade. Oh, yeah, look at that, baby. Not man, not machine, more. Oh, this is such a great movie. Now, I actually do have the Blu-ray edition from Second Sight. And I've always loved that edition. It's always been great. And when Scream Factory announced this, it was kind of in the back of my mind that maybe I would upgrade it. Possibly. And when I ended up seeing it at the store, I'm like, you know what? When in Rome, shit, I'm going to pick it up, man. And I think this is going to be a great 4K upgrade. It's an awesome movie, man. I mean, it's directed by Leigh Whannell, and Leigh Whannell has really become a great voice within the horror genre, not only being a writer on a lot of the Saw movies, but making his own way as a director with, obviously, this film, The Invisible Man. I believe he directed even one of the Insidious films as well. I mean, he is a director that really understands horror and the sensibilities of horror in all its forms. Even in a sci-fi action bent like this, you can still find the horrific aspects. It's almost like an updated version of RoboCop, right? The idea that this guy is crippled and get these cybernetic upgrades in order to get revenge on the people that wronged him. And I think it's really well done, man. It's bloody, it's brutal, it's action-packed. You really feel the idea of the body cybernetic horror to it. I think it's really fucking awesome and amazing. And anybody who has ever watched this pretty much says the same thing, man. It wins you over, and it wins you over fast, man. It's so fantastic. I saw this in the movie theater with Bob. I instantly fell in love with it the moment I watched it, and every time I've watched it since, just grows on me even more, man. I love this movie. It's fucking awesome with great special features as well. Hey, sometimes I don't always go for the Scream Factory 4K upgrades, but this one, it definitely will do. Not bad, baby. Not bad at all for little Scream Factory 4K love. Yes, indeed, man. But that's not all, folks, because, well, when you're at Barnes & Noble's, when in Rome, and you realize that there's a 50% Criterion sale, you don't just walk away. You open up that wallet and you start buying, baby. Oh, you do indeed. And yeah, my wallet's gonna bitch slap me for it, but hell, it's worth it. Oh, it is, man. Because goddamn, do I got one hell of a Criterion haul, man. Some of these ones I told you that I was going to pick up over the course of some of the out and abouts that I knew. I said, okay, when a 50% off sale was going to happen, these are going to get picked up, and indeed they did. And without further ado, let me show to you what I picked up, because if you thought I was going to pass up the 50% off sale, you were dead ass wrong, motherfucker. I was definitely going to take advantage of it. And the first title that I got, well, anytime there's a Criterion sale, I know that I've, at the very least, have to pick up one Lynchian love, and this one definitely deserves it with Inland Empire. Yes. Oh my god. Wow, this one is definitely weird and odd and all kinds of Lynchian craziness, man. It truly is, and I knew the moment that this came out, the moment that it got released, that I knew 50% off sale, I'm getting this goddamn thing, dude. David Lynch is such an odd and crazy filmmaker, dude. The things that are in his mind and his imagination that he puts on the screen is so vivid and creepy and atmospheric and just dark and twisted, man. And I don't know if I'd want to get inside his head, but the movies are incredibly fascinating, man. And this one is no different, dude. It's really, really fantastic. And I love the performances here. I think the performances are absolutely amazing and awesome. And I love the almost like dreamlike sequences and the imagery. It's haunting, and it's so well done, man. It's one of David Lynch's more underappreciated movies, but I've always kind of enjoyed it. And even though it's been a while since I've seen it, I still remember moments from it. So I cannot wait to revisit this Criterion style, baby. That's for damn sure. Inland Empire, consider me very intrigued. Ah, yes, indeed, man. Not too shabby, as is. Well, yeah, Inland Empire is a little bit less in the mainstream, but Criterion does do mainstream from time to time. And Thelma Louise proves it. Yes, look at this, man. I knew this was another one that, when it got announced, I knew 50% Criterion sale. Gotta pick this sucker up, dude. I love this movie. Gina Davis, Susan Sarandon, Brad Pitt, directed by Ridley Scott, man. It's such a great movie with great characters and great messaging about female empowerment and choosing your path for good or bad, and the influences and what it really means to be free. It's such a great movie, man, and it's always stuck with me over the years, and it still is a great movie to this day, man. And I haven't revisited this in a long ass time, man. But you know, sometimes you see a movie, you know that it's going to get announced, you look at it and you're like, my god, dude, I can't believe I haven't revisited this thing in years. And sometimes the perfect edition comes around where you just know you have to pick it up and watch it yet again. And Thelma Louise, it definitely does it. And when it's combined with Criterion, even sweeter. Oh, so good. If you've never seen this movie, watch it. Because I think you'll really enjoy it. I really do, man. Not bad. A little bit of Thelma and Louise love. And then I decided to pick this up because I love the idea of Hollywood and movies that not only are celebrating Hollywood, but also kind of make fun of it at the same time. And Robert Townsend, he knows how to do it in Hollywood Shuffle. Oh, yes, man. I just love the idea of him really making this movie about the black experience of Hollywood, the idea of the stereotypes and how you're typecast in a certain role, or there's only certain roles that black people are ever really up for or really even get considered for. And yes, this movie is a time capsule of an older way of Hollywood, but there's also a part of me that's like, it still kind of is there. And it really is an interesting, unique take. Yes, satirizing Hollywood and satirizing the experience, making it funny, but also really oddly telling the truth as well about how Hollywood and the seedy underbelly of it. I thought it was so brilliantly well done, and man, this is so good. And Robert Townsend's sense of humor with his more honest take on the Hollywood system, I think, is a great 1-2 punch, and it's really, really well done, man. I really love this movie, and damn glad to see Criterion putting it out. Hollywood Shuffle, it's pretty goddamn good, man. Not bad. But then, another one that I wanted, because this kind of piqued my interest, and even though I've never seen it, I've heard enough good things about it that I think I'm going to give it a chance, and that's none other than Cooley High. Oh, yeah, look at that, man. So good, dude. So interesting, man. I got to admit, I love great high school movies. I love the high school experience, and movies that talk about high school and all the complications of it, and your friends and your enemies, and the classroom difficulties and the hijinks and everything in between. And Cooley High, from what I know, from what I've seen of clips and what people have said, is a really, really good, not only great little coming-of-age high school film, but also a really interesting movie about the African-American experience through high school and some of the unique and interesting messaging that this film has, man. I've heard it's really well done, it's really entertaining, it's funny, but it's also dramatic and hard-hitting at moments too, and I'm kind of curious about this, man. You know, a lot of times I'm not quite 100% sure whether I'm going to blind buy something. Most of the time I'm really not, but with Criterion, I think you guys could agree with me. When you're getting 50% off, there are certain things where you're going to give a chance to it more than others, and Cooley High, I was always kind of interested in, but I knew if it was 50% off, it would be worth it to at least blind buy it, and I don't think I'm going to regret it, man. I don't think I will. It's kind of interesting, the fact that this movie really ended up setting the stage for a lot of cinema and television shows that came after it, and even some of the actors carrying over to some of those projects as well. And so this movie is very historically significant just in the terms of Hollywood and some of the actors and the talent that was behind this movie going forward into bigger projects in the future. And so I am looking forward to checking this out and seeing what all the hype is about, and I don't think I'm going to be disappointed, man. I don't. Definitely looking forward to Cooley High, man. Pretty good. Then I ended up picking up through barnesandnoble.com, because that's the only way that you can really find this, unless you're lucky enough to have it in your stores. And I haven't seen it in stores. If I have, it's been a long ass time. I forgot they even had this. But damn glad to finally get it in the collection, because it's one hell of a movie. And if it's done by Criterion, you know it's going to be well worth it. And that is Broadcast News, man. This totally surprised me, because, as I said to you, I didn't know that Criterion had this movie. And it wasn't until I was watching somebody's Criterion video where they were talking about some of the Criterion movies that they loved, and they showed off Broadcast News, and I was sort of taken aback for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Criterion put this out? Like, I was shocked. And I went online and I looked it up to see whether Barnes & Noble still had it, and they did. And it's interesting because you think when you go into a Barnes & Noble store that everything Criterion has done is going to be on the shelves of Barnes & Nobles, and that is simply not the truth, guys. There is a lot of titles that get cycled out from the store experience. It's not that they're not good sellers. It's not that they're not enough high-profile movies. It's the fact that there's so much turnover rate with Criterion, and there's so many titles that are just coming out, and you can't have room for everything. And eventually, some movies are going to just not be at the stores anymore. It doesn't mean that Barnes & Nobles doesn't still carry them, and it doesn't mean that Criterion doesn't still make them. It just means that they're not being given the space on the shelves like other more recent titles are going to. Some last on the shelves longer than others, and some, well, as you can see with broadcast news, certainly doesn't get as much love as it ought to get. And I knew I had to order this. If it was 50% off, I knew that I had to get it in one way or another, and I was going to get it through BarnesandNobles.com, man, and I'm damn glad that I did. This is a phenomenal movie, man. William Hurt, Albert Brooks, Holly Hunter, so many other really great actors, man. Just the complications of the newsroom and, you know, all of the hijinks and the drama that goes along with it. It's so well done, so well acted, so well directed, absolutely phenomenal for its time, and man, I've always really dug it and still do to this day. It's been a long time, but man, it's worth a revisit. And 50% off, I think it's worth giving it a go. I do indeed, man. Sometimes, I'm telling you guys, yes, check the stores because the stores are well worth it to check out any good Criterion love, but go online and really check out all of the inventory that they have, because you'll be surprised at some of the stuff that isn't in the stores. And some of the stuff that you should give a chance on. Just because it's on the website doesn't mean that it's not worth ordering. Give it a look. You might just be surprised what you'll find. I know I was. Just saying, man. Just saying indeed. But the final one. I mean, I've gotten 5 Criterion titles already. But I like to be one of those guys that gets, you know, even. So I had to pick one more out. And considering that it came out this week, and it's been long sought after by many collectors like myself, I think it was worth finally having in the collection. More Martin Scorsese love can never be a bad thing when we talking After Hours. Yes, look at this, baby. Yes. Oh, man. Goddamn, dude. So fucking fantastic. I love this movie. As I said at Barnes & Noble's, it's just a great overall darkly comedic film, man. And Martin Scorsese does it better than most. He really honestly does. And this movie, you gotta understand something. This movie was highly sought after by collectors. And the reason why I say that is because the last time that it got a release was back in 2004, the DVD release. And that's out of print now. And good luck finding it. I mean, you can, but, well, before this came out, you might have been paying an arm and a leg for it. And the idea that there is certain titles out there that as collectors, you just want a good release on, man. And you think to yourself, Martin Scorsese is a world-renowned director, classic director, A-list director. His movies should not, at the very least, be buried in obscurity. We should be getting great editions of a lot of his movies, if not all of them. And After Hours has been one of these movies that has been sorely lacking for a long time. We get so many releases of Casino and Goodfellas and Wolf of Wall Street and hell, even Raging Bull got a really great Criterion release not too long ago. And there's so many still very underrated Scorsese films that still to this day have not gotten a great release since. I mean, look at Mean Streets. Mean Streets is still, I'd love to get a great edition of that. We still haven't, man. And the same with After Hours. And when this got announced by Criterion, I was like, holy shit, dude. I was like, wow, finally. And I think a lot of collectors really breathed a sigh of relief and a lot of anticipation knowing that this movie was coming out. And I had to pick it up, man. It's just too good not to. It's so phenomenal. I've loved this movie ever since I saw it. Griffin Dunn is fantastic here. Rosanna Arquette is amazing here as well. John Hurt is really good here too. I mean, everybody is phenomenal. It's so well done, so well acted. I love the anxiety that Scorsese brings to this film. Like, nothing is going right for Griffin Dunn's character, no matter how hard he tries, man. And just the anxiety of everything going wrong and just the anticipation of what's going to happen next to this guy, man. And he does a great job with the filmmaking, and I was so jonesing to get this in the collection, and damn glad to finally have it, man. Seriously, After Hours is a real treat. Yeah, it's not gangster love, but it doesn't need to be, because Scorsese is good no matter what he does, and After Hours proves it. Ah, it really does, man. So good. Finally have it in my hand. That's well worth it. Ah, truly, especially 50% love. How can I beat it? And seriously, guys, how can I beat this haul, man? Oh my god. Look at this. I mean, seriously, guys. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Sometimes you can argue that I may not have done my due diligence this week, but this time around, yeah. Nobody's complaining about that shit. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk to you guys about this. Now, I didn't even know that this happened until I ended up getting a notice on my phone from Dawn of the Discs, and color me really surprised, guys. So, when you go on Olive Films' website, olivefilms.com, when you go on there, you will see a headline and a little bit of a paragraph. And even I was stunned by this. Let me read it to you. Cinema lives here. Thank you. Olive Films extends our sincere gratitude to all of our customers and fans over the years. We are no longer adding titles or selling any of our products, but we are proud of the many films and TV shows we released, covering nearly every genre and taste from as far back as 1915. We hope these releases continue to be a treasured part of your collection for many years to come. And that's it. And I didn't realize that Olive Films is gone. This boutique label that you might have some of their releases in your collection, I know that I have some of theirs in mine. That's it. Seriously, the company is no more. Kaput. Gone forever. It's it, dude. They're over with. I mean, seriously, man. And if you don't believe me, if you're a little bit skeptical about it, well, here, look. It's right there, man. Yeah. olivefilms.com. Go look. I ain't lying. All right, man. And I'm stunned by this. I'm shocked. I was not expecting this, man. And it saddens me. It really does, because I don't know what I was really thinking. I mean, a part of me is like, oh, no boutique label is going to really go out of business, right? I mean, maybe I was being naive. Maybe I wasn't really thinking that, a company like Olive was really going to just go the way of the dinosaur? I don't know, man. I mean, Olive Films hasn't always had the best reputation. Olive Films hasn't always been the most premier boutique label company of all time, even in recent years. And they've released a lot of good stuff, but they haven't really put in the effort either. I mean, sometimes they did. There have been some releases where they really worked hard, they really put in their due diligence, and they really made an effort to make a really fantastic edition. And other times, they would just put out a title without any special features, without anything unique, and just put it out there in the ether. Hey, we've got this title, it's here, have at it, dude. And so it was kind of like hit or miss with Olive. But that being said, I still dug them as a company. I still dug a lot of the releases that they had, and the fact that they were yet another boutique label within the game that was giving fans an opportunity to really own these unique titles that no other company is putting out. And so to see them gone now, I guess I'm just kind of flabbergasted. I mean, seriously, I am. But this goes to a bigger issue. I've heard on YouTube and I've heard from all these forums how great physical media is right now. And they're kind of not wrong, right? I mean, we're living in such a great age where we're getting so many fantastic collector's editions and limited edition releases, some fantastic steel books and amazing 4K upgrades, and so it is a good time to be a collector in a lot of ways. So they're not entirely wrong on that, but at the same time, yeah, it's also a little bit tricky as well, man. I mean, this is the third label to go out of business in recent years. I mean, we had Twilight Time, and even though some people will argue, well, wait a minute, that Twilight Time did come back. Yeah, they put out 2 releases, and no one's heard from them since. I don't consider that a comeback. Twilight Time is pretty much dead, guys. Let's be real. Let's not mince words here. They're dead. Okay, they're gone. There was another company that was releasing a lot of old school Western movies and TV stuff that was primarily doing Western stuff. That's all that they were really doing. And they were a really big label for that specific genre. And they went out of business. And now Olive Films. And if the business is so great, if everybody can get a good piece of the pie, then why are these companies failing? Is it their business model? It might be. Is it their prices? Hard to say. Is it the fact that the world has changed and shifted, and that these companies have to be more inventive and more creative, and if you're not willing to change with the times, you're going to get buried with it? That too. I mean, the truth be told, guys, is that physical media has become more niche. There's no doubt about it in my mind. And this is a collector's market. And if you go to a lot of thrift stores, if you go to a lot of these Goodwills or a lot of these secondhand places, pawn shops, whatever, you'll notice that a lot of people are getting rid of their physical media collections. Why are they doing that? Because they're embracing streaming. And because streaming has become so prevalent, because streaming has become so popular, a lot of these people don't really need their physical media anymore. And a lot of those people either A, have just decided to move completely onto streaming, or the fact that physical media has been raising in price in recent years with inflation and everything like that. The prices are getting insane, man. Severin and Vinegar Syndrome and a lot of these companies, a lot of collectors are getting outpriced. A lot of these collectors are like, look, man, I don't know whether I can really afford it or not. That's why you wait for sales. That's why when Kino Lorber has a sale, a lot of people go for it. When you have the 50% Criterion sale, people really go for it because people love sales. People love a good deal. And when these companies are charging you so much money for the new releases already, why not wait? I can't quite say I blame them, man. And also, look, companies like Twilight Time or Olive Films, these were companies that were around for a long, long time, man. And when physical media was booming, when physical media was popping, when it really was this zeitgeist thing, these companies were right there to take advantage of it. And then when the collector market really started to settle in, when the boom was no longer booming, a lot of these companies have had to try to do things that caught people more by storm. They had to do something to keep the attention going, right? Well, we need to do these unique slipcovers, and we need to do these cool little box set releases, magnetic openings, and cool little plushies and stickers and posters, and we have to include all this stuff in there to make it worth your while to want to buy it. And some of these companies, for good or bad, Twilight Time and Olive Films and some of these other companies, they just couldn't keep up with the trends. And some of them honestly just didn't want to. They were so used to doing what they were doing that they just didn't really feel it was necessary to change their brand. And so they didn't. And they just thought that they could still continue making money and being successful the way they were, and that just wasn't the honest truth about it. Do I look at these companies, and when I see these companies and the fact that they failed and they're no longer around, do I look at the market and say the next one to go is this X company right here or this X company here, and the fact that the walls are starting to crumble? I don't entirely believe that, because I don't believe companies like a Shout Factory or a Vinegar Syndrome or a Severin or a lot of these big names, 88 Film, Second Sight, Criterion, I don't think they're going out of business anytime soon. But the market is changing. And I think the mentality of collectors are changing. And you really need to give them more of a bang for your buck than ever before. And I think if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to go out of your way, then I think a lot of collectors just kind of feel like, why am I going to take the time to buy your product when I could buy somebody else's? And for me, it's really sad to see these companies going out of business like this. Because I remember back in the day when I would have to go on Twilight Time's website and literally wait right as the pre-orders were coming up. And the idea that if you didn't get on the website within 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if you weren't doing that, then you were shit out of luck and those titles would sell out fast. That's the truth, man. Any old school collector can tell you that. Olive Films had some really fantastic releases where you couldn't wait to pre-order them. Really cool editions of Invasion of the Body Snatchers or High Noon, Monster Squad. So many really great titles that they acquired and really gave some decent additions to. And you really just wanted to grab them as a collector. And slowly those companies got outmaneuvered and outperformed by these other companies that were doing more crazier and wilder and more sensational things to get people's attention. And the old school business model was slowly dying off. Some of these companies just didn't realize it yet. And that's a hard thing to do, man. If you're not willing to change, that's ultimately on you. I mean, that's the truth, guys. And look, the less and less competition that is out there with these boutique labels, the more higher prices are going to happen. Because now that Twilight Time is gone and Olive Films is gone, and I predict that others are going to go the way of the dinosaur within the next 5 years, easily. I don't know which ones. I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, but others are going to perish. And when that happens, I think less competition means more high prices. More high prices mean perhaps we're not going to get as good quality as you might think. I sort of go back to the business model of wrestling, right? And even though it's hard to kind of see the similarities, let me just explain it for a second. I was around during the heyday of WWF. And during that time, WWF was fighting for your hard-earned attention with WCW and ECW. And everybody was upping the ante, and you needed to do the next biggest sensational match or get this cool wrestler with this catchphrase and really get people to buy the toys and the merchandise and everything, and everyone was vying for your hard-earned money and your attention. And ultimately what we got because of that was a better product. We got better editions out there. We got better, cooler wrestling toys and magazines, and it just was a really great time as a wrestling fan to just be a part of that whole thing, man. That great big era that everyone was battling, man, for viewership and your attention span, and it was so great, dude. And I kind of feel the same way about physical media. The idea that we have all of these labels, the 88 Films and the Second Sights and a lot of the companies in Europe and overseas, the stuff in the US like Criterion and Severin and Vinegar Syndrome and Shout Factory and Dark Force Entertainment and so many others. And the idea that they're all putting out cool little unique releases on their own. They're all doing these cool little slipcovers and the artwork and making their presence known to collectors. Well, look what we've got here. Oh, well, you didn't like that decision, but we have a glow-in-the-dark slipcover for you guys. Oh, that's cool, man. I mean, everybody's trying to do unique and interesting things in order to keep your eyeballs and your money pointed in their direction. And I think when we lose companies, I think we ultimately lose a lot of the uniqueness and the more creativeness that a lot of these companies are going to do. Because a lot of these companies will just say, well, X amount of companies are gone now. Why do I need to continue to work as hard as I am when we're one of the last Mohicans left? Either you're coming to us or you're not coming to us. And that's ultimately the thing, man. I mean, think about it like this, right? The idea that Amazon is such a big company. And yes, we still have retail giants like Target and Walmart and Best Buy and a lot of these other places. But Amazon is a one-stop shop for everything. And Amazon is pretty much like, hey, look, we are who we are. We're a major retail giant. If you're not coming to us for one thing, you're coming to us for something. And regardless, we're going to get your money. And they've gotten lazy. They've gotten lazy with the packaging. They've gotten lazy with how it comes to you and the condition that it's in. And sometimes it's in crap condition. Sometimes it's fucking god awful. And you have to bring it back and hope to God that the next edition that you get might be actually in better shape. But you don't know. But Amazon doesn't give a shit anymore, man. They're cutting costs and they're cutting corners like crazy, but they don't care because they know they're going to get your money regardless. And it's the same concept with a lot of these other companies, man. I'm not saying that it's ultimately going to get there soon, but probably sooner rather than later, guys. Look, at the end of the day, I love physical media. I love these companies and I love the uniqueness that they're doing. But a lot of these companies are putting out movies that are not very good.
a lot of these companies are polishing a turd. Let's be real. They're making unique slipcovers. They're making, cool, unique artwork, and it sort of gets you going. Oh, the FOMO. Oh my God, I need this shit. But ultimately, when you watch it and when you get it, it's not as good as what you wanted it to be. And suddenly, you're having buyer's remorse. And you start selling that shit on eBay or Facebook Marketplace to try to get rid of it. And now you start to become more apprehensive about what you buy. You've been burned so many times by some of these companies that, well, if this company isn't putting out unique slipcovers, if they're not really enticing me with anything extra, then I don't really care anymore. Unfortunately, companies like Vinegar Syndrome or Shout Factory, Scream Factory, a lot of these other places, I'm not saying they've ruined the physical media game, because I can't say that. But what I can say is that, have they changed the game for the better? Have they made it so that collectors don't even care about the movies anymore? They just care about the slipcovers. They care about all the unique stickers and all this other stuff. And it's no longer about the actual movie itself. It's just about, can I get this limited slipcover? That's it. And I kind of feel like companies like Twilight Time or Olive Films, I don't think they ever were willing to play that game. I don't think they ever really wanted to play that game. And unfortunately, the business model shifted. And they didn't want to play the game that everybody else was playing. Or by the time that they even were starting to play that game, they were so far behind the 8 ball from everybody else that to catch up was virtually impossible. And so I will always remember Olive Films, because they were a great company that put out fantastic releases of titles that were underappreciated and undervalued, and really gave movies a voice that wouldn't have had it otherwise. And it's the same thing with Twilight Time. It's the same thing with a lot of these companies that are going the way of the dinosaur. You look at Code Red, and the idea that now, with Banana Man being gone, dead, Bill Olsen is no longer with us, Code Red is virtually no more. And any of the future Code Red releases are going to be over to Kino Lorber or over to Dark Force. That's where that's going. You look at something like Scorpion Releasing. Scorpion Releasing is virtually no more. I mean, if you're getting new Scorpion Releasing stuff, it's either through Dark Force, through Kino Lorber, or even Ronin Flicks. And so these old school labels are starting to die off. And we are getting less companies, and we are getting lesser releases out there. If you haven't noticed, guys, we're getting a lot more 4K upgrades. We're getting a lot more double dipping. You see various companies putting out the same title, just in various different editions, slipcovers, you name it. And we are kind of spinning our wheels a little bit. It is a good time to be a collector. It is a great time to really have so many wonderful releases coming out in so many editions that you never thought you'd see in your life. But at the same time, have we lost something in translation? Becoming a niche market and really losing a lot of the genuineness that a lot of these companies had, has it ultimately suffered? Has the product suffered because of it? Have we just become so slipcover and artwork obsessed that we've overlooked quality over quantity? It's tough to say, man. I mean, a part of me says no, because I look at some of the quality that's out there now, and it's amazing. And other times I'm thinking you do want a little bit extra bang for your buck. The better artwork. You want these companies to try harder. But I don't know whether we're getting that either. The heydays of physical media are gone. It might be a good time for collectors, but that doesn't mean
that there isn't struggles and difficulties. Olive Films was a big player in a small pond. They're gone. Twilight Time, big player in a small pond. They're gone. Scorpion Releasing is pretty much gone. Code Red, pretty much gone. These companies, these old school companies that we relied on and we cherished for years are gone. And what ultimately is going to go next? What company is going to say sayonara for the last time? I don't know, man. And right now, the game is changing. The world is changing. The business models are changing. And you're either going to find new and fresh ways to sell your product, or you ain't gonna be sticking around for much longer, man. Look, Olive Films, Twilight Time, all these other companies are sad that they're no longer around, but they're cautionary tales. And they're cautionary tales of companies that had it good at one point, and then 5-10 years later are no longer sustainable. That's the physical media lifestyle. You know, everybody thought that Anchor Bay was going to be around forever. Everybody thought that Anchor Bay was going to reign supreme forever. And look what happened to them. There's no telling what will happen with physical media from one year to the next. One company is hot one minute, the next minute they're absolutely fickle and they're going down the drain. Look at Scream Factory. We praised them for years on end. And now suddenly it's cool to hate on Scream Factory, and every release they do is dog shit, or at least that's what you hear on the internet. I mean, you never know. And right now, Vinegar Syndrome is kind of in the same boat. Everybody loved Vinegar Syndrome, and now people are starting to ebb and flow with them. They're starting to be like, okay, well, they're not as good as they used to be. And so it's very interesting. You know, you're hot one minute, you're cold the next. What does that mean for the ultimate business of physical media? It means, guys, that cherish it while it's here. Because I can't guarantee you in 5 years that all these companies right now are going to stick around. I can't guarantee you that physical media in stores is going to be here. I can't guarantee anything. All I know is that you have to stick around and cherish it for what it's worth. Because there's going to be one day where you're going to wake up and it's not going to be as plentiful as you want. It's not going to be this good anymore. And you're going to wonder where the good days went. Enjoy it while it lasts. Because nothing, and I mean nothing, lasts forever. You don't have to take my word for it. You just have to look at the proof. What do you think about this, guys? Do you think that this is just an aberration? It's just a one-off, man. Olive Films had their difficulties. They didn't always put out banger titles. They weren't making the money as they should have. They didn't acquire enough really great stuff. You could make a lot of arguments, and you wouldn't be wrong. But is it a situation of a one-time thing? Or is this a trend that is slowly but surely going to catch up to other companies too? Hey, I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm just forewarning you. All I'm doing, guys. Let me know what you think about this. I'm dying to find out. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Movie reviews with my friends, live streams, Blu-ray pickup videos, movie hunting, you name it. All the old videos and experiences and newer stuff that is slowly but surely coming your way as well. I want to thank my really great subscribers. You guys are awesome, man. You really show me the support, and you really go out of your way to give me great feedback and watch all the video, and Lord knows I make a lot of long stuff, man. But you guys really support me in the greatest way possible. And I don't have a lot of subscribers. I'm not the most plentiful physical media YouTuber on the face of the planet. I'm not the most beloved, but the small amount of fans that I have, hey, you guys stick with me and I stick with you, and I'm with you all the way, man. So, thank you for watching me. And if you happen to like what I do, talking physical media, movies, definitely hit subscribe. Also, click that notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video. Also, keep up to date with me through Instagram and Facebook, Film Fan 108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. And if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, now it's not expected, but it's definitely appreciated. You guys have gone out of your way to send some amazing stuff my way, man. Things that have absolutely blown my mind. If you want to send anything, physical media, care packages, posters, whatever it is, you can send it to the P.O. Box, which is in the description below. Man, I keep this P.O. Box open for you guys. I don't have to do it. It's not necessarily a necessity for me. And a lot of times I go, and a lot of times I'm not getting anything in the P.O. Box, but I keep it open just for the off chance that you guys want to send me something. And if you do, it is always open for you guys. So thank you so much for your support. Truly, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot to me. But I guess that's it, man. I guess it is, dude. It's been a wild ride of a video, ups and a hell of a lot of downs, but hey, we survived. We saw a lot of media regardless, and let's hope that the media train continues to roll in the best ways possible. Let's hope it indeed does. I will see you back next time for a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video. Take care, everybody, and remember, happy hunting.